Hello, hello, hello. Good morning. How are you all doing today? Hello, hello. Actually, let's just go to full camera for a second. How much do we want to bet that BeatBot is also Mr. W? Hello, everyone. Rot Yo. Sir Birdie, hello, hello. Unlucky Halfling, hello. Hi, Nathaniel. It is I, Nathaniel. Standing desk right from the start. Just stand over. Okay, okay, fine. I'm sorry. We're doing it. Gotta work those legs, mate. True. Unleash the bald. Okay. I shaved my head, so I'm actually hairless again. There you go. Woo! How are y'all doing today? Unfortunately, my internet is quite lacking just like last time. I'm sorry to hear that, my friend. No worries at all. I mean, you know, not ideal for you, obviously, but Adonimus, yo. All right, hold on. We've got a whiny baby whining at the door. Sir Birdie beat me the first in chat. I saw that. Yes, this is Luna. Okay. I need everyone's opinion. How much do I ban BeatBot? This is obviously him, right? Am I wrong in saying that? Leave him. Honestly, I don't even want to I don't even want to mess with it, honestly. I think I'd just ban him now. Like, his name is literally my name. Goodbye. Anyway. And he's only talking about Mr. W, so it's clearly him. Anyway, which is wild that he created like a fourth account to do it. Anyway. No, he literally was talking. He's like, oh, I can't. Mr. W sucks, huh? Oh, yeah, he was the worst. It's like, first of all, not the energy I want. Second of all, goodbye. Anyway. What are we doing today? Great question. Still trying to figure that out somewhat. He's committed. Yeah, it's a little annoying. But anyway, what are we doing? First, I think we're starting with making sure you can all see Luna. Step 1. Show off Luna. Step 2. We could talk a little bit about how some of the playtests went. Obviously, we did one on stream, and then I also did 2 playtests with Maximus. By the way, I guess to go along with that, if you would like to playtest Armies Against Entropy with me, I think a lot of you already responded, but if you haven't, in our Discord server, we have a Armies Against Entropy playtesting thing. You can select what date. It's under a thread, which obviously the only day is Thursday at this point. I didn't have a ton of free time, unfortunately, this week, but I'm pretty much free all day Thursday. So if any of you want to, you can go in there and sign up for that. So yeah. But yeah, if you want to do that. Hi. Hi, Halfling. So yeah, that is something y'all can do if you feel so inclined. We can talk a little bit about what happened, I think, and then kind of where to go from there. Along with I guess we can kind of set up for like the next sort of patch, because we kind of haven't done that yet. And then I'm trying to think what else. I had ideas, but I'm 1/3 of the way to the doodle. Heck yeah. Look at you go. So yeah, I think. Yo. Hi, Phineas. What you doing? Phoenix? I don't know. I don't even, you know, anyway. Yeah, I'm just kind of debriefing on the playtest. You read that right the first time, okay? It's like, why though? But yeah, the right now we're kind of debriefing on the playtest. So I'll probably talk about that a little bit, potentially set up for that a little bit. And then following that, I think we will I'm not entirely sure. I kind of see how that goes. We'll talk about the playtest, see what you guys think. I am doing something I'm kind of excited about, and I don't know if you guys would really care, but I've been automating my my little animated guy. Wait, did it break? No, it didn't. Maybe it broke? No. You guys chatting. Did I miss anything when I was just being annoyed? Right, yeah, sir already beat him to chat, blah, blah. Yeah, that was funny. Okay. But yeah, I actually did something that I'm finding cool. I basically automated it so my guy blinks, and it's scripted to blink like a random interval every 3 seconds. Because, you know, a human blinks basically every 3 seconds. So I scripted that. I thought that was cool. And I also have made it so there's a slider so it can change between like the outfits I've made for my character. And then basically however I end up like moving stuff, even if I like change the outfit or whatever, it still remains in like the same positions and stuff like that. So I'm halfway to coding, honestly. But yeah, I think it's pretty cool. And then like I can like uncheck, like, and turn off blinking. There's like a checkbox. I can override each hat. So like I could be wearing the cowboy hat in my like normal outfit. I can override and then turn this to 1. There you go. So I can do that kind of stuff. So I'm kind of like making this. No, give him AI, make him alive. So yeah, I'm kind of just making it so I can the goal is to make it as easy as possible to animate, because right now it takes like a lot of time. And so I'm gonna have like pre-made poses and stuff. So all I have to do is just like change the sliders, and then he'll go between multiple poses rather than rather than having to do all that kind of stuff. There's a lot of work to be done on this, but I thought I'd show it off because I was proud of it. Yeah. We could work on that, but I also don't think it would be very interesting to watch. Make him intelligent, yeah. That would be fun. That would be cool to have like a little AI Beats that like walks around on my stream, but I know there's like a lot of people who are doing that kind of stuff now anyway, so I'm not sure that's a really like... I don't know if I really care to do that. It's not like unique necessarily, but that would be cool. Yeah, that's what I've been up to today. I've also been working on the script to the how to play Armies Against Entropy video, but we're sort of in debate about some rules here. So let's talk about Bean. Me. Nope. Bean. Nope. Bean, what are you doing? You have to say it in a British accent, otherwise it doesn't work. What's up, Bean? Nuke isn't required, just do what you think is cool. Yeah, no, that's true. I just don't know if like that's something I care to do. I almost feel like that's just distracting, but I agree. Yeah, a lot of the... Wait, did I turn off the there we go, cat cam. Yeah, I agree with you. Everything's been done before. So here is basically what happened from our playtest. The first game was incredibly long. You guys were here for this on Wednesday. At least some of you were here. I went for like 2.5 hours. It was incredibly stupidly balanced, and I kept fighting back and forth. Where I was like, I started to look like I was coming out ahead, and then the old god drew something, and then I got kind of, destroyed, and then I was like, okay, I'm coming back, and then I got destroyed again. It was kind of like a grueling cycle of back and forth where I just couldn't pull ahead, and then eventually I just lost to entropy, as it were. Oh my god, Dingus Halfling, hello, how... Look, nope. Hello, lovely beans. I don't know why I was doing like a sort of southern accent, but I'll tell you what. Because I have to do that, I tell you what. Every time Bean comes, I'll tell you what. So problem is it's too balanced. Yeah, sort of. We tried it again. Me and Maximus, and we pretty much got destroyed very, very quickly. And of course, the lovely, beautiful beats. Aw, little me. Hat's back on. No bald for you. So sort of. I think the game is too hard, really. But hard to say. Yeah, I knew that was coming. We all knew it was coming. I will have to make this more expensive again at some point. I was also tempted to do a push-up redeem just so I get my muscles back. But we'll see. Maybe we can do that at some point. We can make the art for that. Don't you dare. What? Our economy will not recover from it at some point. So at this point, I'm like bald 90% of the stream, Technically, it was at 500, and then I accidentally reduced it because I forgot what amount it was. Being cheap and affordable bald in this economy. Hey, just thought I'd stop by. Hello, Unsatisfied. How are you doing today? These are going out. Yeah, you use all of them now so I'm bald for the rest of eternity. Well, it's cheap. Well, it's half off. I don't want to change it for now, but at some point it will. Oh, thank you for asking, good sir. Indeed, quite. That's how it works, yeah. True. Where was I? Okay, yeah, so we played a normal game, and yeah, we got crushed. I need to do one more playtest at the very least to kind of have an opinion on this. 100 ball points, or 100 balls in one stream makes it permanent. There you go. Welcome, unsatisfied traveler. Very unsatisfied traveler. Welcome to our inn. Nope, I couldn't think of a inn name that made sense with beats right off the bat, but 2 and 100. We're doing another playtest system. We could. I don't know. Maybe. Sorry, I keep getting derailed. Basically, there's 2 factors that made this more difficult. Part of it was I did nerf the players a bit, but it was mostly individual cards, so I don't think it really contributed as much to how the players are doing. The 2 main factors, one is that both the Merkling and the Dreadling I buffed to 2 strength, which means, you know, as they stack, you can get like if you get 4 stacks of a Merkling, it's, you know, 8 health, which is pretty insane. Thanks, you can stay over for a while. Yeah, good to have you. Where can I stab all who enter the inn? Nope, back to stabbing. Wait, what's the opposite of getting derailed? Staying on track. Yes. Never mind. Are you sure? Bean, we're not saying what you're thinking. I have a feeling Bean is thinking inappropriate thoughts. Anyway, the other main factor that increased difficulty is that when any land that has minion draw is drawn, this is the change we had. Whenever a minion land is drawn, it instantly draws that minion. Obviously, that's super powerful. Womp womp. You tried, Bean. You tried. So the problem is both these issues kind of compounded. And made the game very, very difficult. Now, we tried again with both of these just being 1 power, or sorry, we left these at 2 power level and we tried without, like, turn this off again, right? These basically can't draw minions without like a delay. Like normally they're all just delayed a turn, right? And then after that turn, they come back active. So we played like that again, basically kind of how it was. And we pretty quickly stomped out the bad guy, the old god. So via the scientific method, we kind of have to try the opposite. Try it where these are at 1 again, and these still draw minions on minion draw. This one still might be too powerful, but maybe not. I don't know. Or potentially maybe all of these need to be like nerfed to a lower strength if we keep it so they automatically spawn stuff on play. But either way, we do need to test that out. I don't know if we want to do that today. Maybe we could do a poll again, try to decide what we want to do. Last time it was pretty one-sided as to doing a play test, but I don't know if that will be the same. I'm sure their strength is the issue. It's the insurmountable wall of minions comes to be. Yeah, but it does make that more difficult, right? Like 4 strength is a lot different than 8 strength, especially when you're behind. But maybe making these weaker, right? Like say we made these like, this is like 3 strength, this is like 5, this is 10 or whatever, right? Making these weaker might make that more manageable. I don't know, but I'm talking about the land strength. Well, I was too. I was saying that might be a way to balance it. I don't know yet, right? But I don't know if having... I was talking about that. I'm going to continue lurking whilst I do coding. Beans coding. And you still working on that game? Or are you doing something else? Not, sorry, you said you're lurking. Continue. Continue to lurk. Minion strength matters a lot. Land strength matters much less. At least in the prospect, they'll still be summoning. In this prospect, they'll still be summoning a lot of minions. True. I'm also coding. Nice. What you working on? Yeah, no, I agree. But if you're able to kill one of these because it has less, then you won't be flooded with as many minions. Plus, you know, essentially this drawing 3 minions on play increases the forest strength by 3, essentially, right? So lowering the strength by the amount of minions it draws seems maybe fair, you know, in a sense, right? Because this draws 3 minions on play, it's 5. You're basically already at like 8 additional strength on the board, at least. So a game. What kind of game? If you want to elaborate, you don't have to, but I would love to hear about your project if you feel like it. A platformer. Cool. Cool. I don't know why I went so high pitch there. Cool. Sick. No, that is cool though. I'm trying to decide. Oops. God, time's flying already, huh? But yeah, so we could do another play test and test that out. We could sort of get stuff set up to like make sure all these things work in the beta and that kind of stuff, and sort of be able to push an update forward once we get to that. A wandering dev found, indeed. Or, which is kind of less interesting, or we could just like do drawing or something. Kind of just been feeling like drawing, but I don't know what we would do. So, trying to think what else, if anything else. Or, you know, we could work on this like little animation thing, but I feel like that is just going to be very uninteresting stream wise. So, probably not that. And I think I'd be better focused on it while, you know, just working on it on, in my spare time, you know? So yeah, I mean, I don't know. What do you guys feel? Do you guys feeling another play test, or are we feeling just kind of getting a little more like work on the game, or just maybe doing some drawing or something? Again, I don't know what the drawing would be, but I'm kind of feeling it. But it's like, it's kind of in order from like most productive to least productive. Gonna be honest, your background noise to me is right now, no offense. No worries. I'm second monitor content. It's cool. I know it. Don't know. Yeah. Probably from order of most important is probably getting another playtest in. Middle most important, probably working on getting stuff set up to update the game, because I technically have to get that sort of stuff set up. Probably won't be particularly like the most interesting, but there's that. I do need to get like the I don't even know if I really need to set anything up. No, I do. It'll take me like 2 seconds though, to be honest. Cat sleep, good life. Yeah, right. Look at that. Look at that cat. Look at her. Just she's moving around. You heard us talking about her. And then the other option, just drawing, is probably not very productive, but probably the most fun to if you're feeling interactive, because we would probably just draw whatever. It'd be kind of like the stream I think that we did, where I kind of draw what you want, but I think I would be more choosy, where it's like, I want this. I'm like, no. We could do something like that, but if you ever need a play test with a complete novice non-TCG player, hit me up. I definitely will, Bean. We should maybe we should set something up for sure. All right, Bean, right now, get over here. Just kidding. You have some sort of notification when someone sends a message? No, I could, but typically no. It's actually a good idea. Let's play this. I agree. It'd be good. I need to honestly, we need to get to a point where I can like the element of surprise. And Ding is saying yes, good idea, Bean. I think is what agrees with you. I think it a good bit of the time. You kind of have a, I don't know. I guess yeah, you don't. I don't know. I've kind of stalled out here on what I'm actually doing. But yeah, no, we should totally do that. I do have, like I said, I do have some play testing sort of stuff set up in here for other people if they want to do that as well. But it is a good idea, Bean. Yeah, I really want to get in front of more people, but I think right now I'm kind of trying to get to a balanced state where it's like good enough to put in front of people for them to like give their overall opinion and kind of figure out what direction I need to go as far as like satisfying a consumer, right? Like quote unquote, like if someone, likes board games and they pick this game up, what are they feeling that it's lacking? So that's something important. I think I might just, I might just do a play test here. I might just do it, I'm assuming you didn't mean right now, Bean, right? Because we could. I could at least. You're coding. You're working on stuff. But yeah, I think it would be cool to right now, but messing me, I just can range. Cool. That's what I figured. I was like, I could ask. Why not? I think I'll just do a solo playtest real quick, and we'll see how it goes. What I will do again is allow you guys to pick what gods we play. I don't know if I want to do a poll, but we'll just quickly run through them. God of Humanity is basically sort of your stock standard god. They play cards, they get extra units. Could be my mic ain't working. Indeed. Like right now. Yeah. I mean, me and Bean, I know Bean as a streamer. So part of that is like, I usually try not to do stuff on stream with people I like not super familiar with. You know what I mean? Not to, whatever, but you never know what like random people are going to say. Not that I don't trust you, but you know what I mean? Yeah. You understand. But yeah, I do definitely appreciate that. But yeah, if you want to at any point, like during off stream hours, 100%. But yeah, God of Harvest, sort of the ramping god. They kind of have they gain a lot of power as you play more, essentially more lands specifically. God of War attacks and gains more units with their heroes. They're sort of the offensive god. God of Devotion gains additional power for every unit on them for each unit effect. Again, that's kind of a they're kind of hit or miss. God of Destruction, sort of your masochism build sort of god, where if you lose units or lose cards, you gain units. So you can destroy your own cards for, some sort of benefits. God of Magic, just draw one card per turn. That one definitely needs to be changed. We could talk about that today too. We'll see. And God of Altruism lets you basically tank stuff. The tank god. For all you know, the moment I'm on stream, I'm going to become a god of altruism. Wink, wink. Yeah, we could do God of Altruism. Anyone have any opinions? You just pick a color too if you don't remember their names. Destruction Harvest, bad combo. Go for it. I could try it. We also talked about Destruction Altruism, which could be, also a bad combo. Wait. Harvest has to go second, you know what I mean? I could make it go first just to make it me weaker, but whatever. Now that I'm thinking about it, but it doesn't matter. War and Devotion. Was that what I did the first time? No, I did War and... no, I did Devotion and... No, I did Devotion and War. Isn't that what I did last time? I mean, it could be a more accurate test, but... I need a tiebreaker. Who wants to be a tiebreaker and say some words? I can just relinquish my vote. Okay, we'll just do War and Devotion then. Deal. Devotion. War. Not me, I'm confused. Got it, that makes more sense. Okay. Lurk. I probably should have a lurk command. Is that like, how does that work? Like, I know like people have that, but does it do anything special besides just letting the person know that you're lurking? Anyone know anything about that? It's sitting time, I think. Yeah. Adjusting the kitten cam. Okay, let's do it. Okay. 5 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Why not? I mean, it's not great. I probably I mean, I do have Calm Hand Archer. Yeah, this is definitely what I did last time, but it's a good combo. Is my autocorrect putting Surser? I have no idea. Archer's good, but screw it, whatever. That's bad. That's bad. That's okay. What's the best defensive strategy here? Probably Druid and Desert. Druid gets 3, gets 1. I will put this one on my Druid. They will be able to tank 4. Desert gives 1 to Druid. And we move on. Oh, I forgot that I also can put my hand back on. Okay. That's that turn. Probably should be talking more, but you know, here we are. Not bad. Ooh, even not badder. Ooh, we could maybe test new Stone Golem out. The obvious choice is Paladin, but what is the next most obvious choice? I guess just probably a land, honestly. All right, good enough for me. Old God. Draws 3 cards. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so Barons is going to draw minions instantly. This is the test we are doing. 2, 3. But in this test, we are also making it so the Merkling and Dreadling only have one strength instead of 2. So we'll see how that goes. Right off the bat, we are going to lose some units. Who do we lose? You know what we could do? Is that worth it? Probably not. 1, 2, 3. We move 2 there. Yeah, no matter what, we're losing a card. I believe. The question is, do we lose more than 2? Yeah, so actually, probably the way to do this is from cards, transfer as many units from your cards to player cards at any time. Let me think this through. So if I play this, I could send 2 units to here. Tank the hit. No, then I lose more people. I think. Yeah, it's not worth it. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna get hit by here. I think we're losing cards anyway. This will die. This will die, unfortunately, because the 1 damage does carry through. Nethermuck attacks, Voidling attacks, Endling attacks, and then I am left with the Abyssal Domain doing nothing. Yo, 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 Tuna, what's going on? How you doing today? Doing yet another playtest. All right, we draw 2. Hello, hail, and well met. Okay. I think Osgathian Warrior is a great play here. We could potentially also do Priest, because Priest is good against... Priest is good against Shard Brute, but I don't think we can get Priest to 5, so it's probably not worth it. So I think what we will do instead is we will place a Swamp. You start losing just like I came in? No, we just started, so thankfully it is, the game has just begun. Okay, so we place that, we go to unit phase, 1 here, 2 here. This gives each one of these 1, sorry. And this guy starts with 5, so increase by 1. We can't really kill Abyssal Domain. Can't really kill Barons, which is kind of sad. We probably are going to just want to kill the Shard Brute and a minion. If you guys have any like questions as I'm going along too, feel free to ask. I want you guys to feel like you're not lost completely. I won't be able to like go over the whole how to play the game again, just, without, I'll have, I want to be able to get this done within the span of the stream, but, but if you do have any questions, I'm going to kill the Shard Brute with my Osgathian Warrior. This guy dies. I have to disable a card of my choice, which will be, honestly, the Osgathian Warrior. And then I will also kill a minion with my Druid, which will be I guess the Voidling. Oops, wrong pile. Okay. Is on to the other player's turn. Guess I'm gonna put this 1 unit on here before I call it. Not the Luna card. Yeah, it's actually one of the scarier ones because it draws even more minions. I know, no. Okay, 2 cards. I'm trying to decide, like, part of me thinks like playing a defensive position might make sense, but at the same time, I don't know. I guess there's no way I would be able to kill the Barons, right? Like, best case scenario, I play Plains and Merchant. I get 2 from that. I get 1 from Merchant. Merchant's at 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, not even close. So I think just the most defensive thing I could do is probably play my plains and my stone golem. I could try doing village and letting that tank something, but I think we're gonna try stone golem for once. Generated units here, allocated them to the stone golem. He gained units as well. We'll see how that plays out. We'd be interested in making an actual video game for this, so the rules aren't self-imposed, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I've been tempted to. I just don't know coding, so that would be a whole like thing I would have to learn. But we'll see. I don't know. It has been an idea for sure. But unsure whether that is something I plan on doing. So short answer, you know. But I think it would be cool, like doing something like this and make it kind of like Inscription style or Slay the Spire style, where you kind of like collect cards as you go and you know, have your deck and that kind of thing. But I also don't know if it necessarily fits that per se. So, yeah, it all really kind of depends. All right, Old God turn. Let's see how we fare. 3 cards, a Blighted Marsh, which is going to draw 2 minions to start. One, actually, technically, let's wait on that for a second. 1 card. Oh gosh, Amplification Tower, great. Ravager, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Oh no. Oh no. 3, 4, and then this one's drawing 5, 6, 5, 6. I have a sandwich. Nice. Yummy. What kind of sandwich? I want to know some people who... I might know who some people are willing to help. I think it would be cool if a video game aspect were made by someone else, so you can just really focus on a card game itself. It would be cool. Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, I don't have like the money to necessarily pay people to do that, would be like my biggest concern. But, you know, it kind of really, you know, it kind of depends. It also depends on like how I really feel about this game by the time I'm done with it. Because there's certain aspects I'm still unsure about, whether like deck building and that kind of stuff could even be a thing. And I feel like that would be kind of a requirement if the video game version existed, because it couldn't just be this game as is. I don't think. I feel like there would have to be like meta game progression in some sort of aspect. No, I'm talking about like if you're doing like a Slay the Spire sort of style progression, right? As you collect more cards as you go up, and how that would even work in a, like, would that even work with this game? You know, I don't know if it would. Like if you know, continue to go and you add cards into your whatever. You could do deck building in the digital version. I don't see how that would necessarily be a different than this though. That's the biggest thing. Like you could, like you'd implement one or more of the many solutions that you consider scope creep normally. Yeah, I guess that's true, right? Yeah. I think deck building is absolutely fitting for this game, but the amount of cards that would need to exist to make it work is overwhelming to think about. Yeah. There's definitely two trains of thought on that. Maximus is very anti-deck building. I like the idea of it, but I feel like he's mentioned, it's kind of scope creep, but I like the idea of it. And then, yeah, obviously I think it could be cool, but I don't know. Jury's slightly still out. I think like it's something that could easily be tested, but that's not even like really in my, like it's far off in the idea of like how to even get there, you know. Or highly scope creep. Normally it's very scope creep when I have ideas, and even I can see how deck building scope is. Yeah. Yeah, 2 or 3 possible decks is fine to start. Yeah, we'll get there eventually. I just don't think we're there yet. The problem right now is the random variation is part of why the game works, and not being able to select from specific cards. But once the game is balanced, you know, we could probably test that and play with like different variations on the game and that kind of stuff. But we kind of need the game to be like at a good, healthy spot as is, I think, before we test any of that kind of stuff. Because, you know, yeah, we just kind of need to test it. I might be dead here. Amplification Tower is drawn, which does double damage to all minions deal double damage, which basically puts us back where we were, with these being too strong. So let's find out what happens here. Merkling is going to attack for 4 to, well, it's this guy. I think I have to just use Mage's Shield so I can also tank the Endling. And hopefully just survive. In order for deck building to work, you would need to make a mechanic that limits deck building a lot, or you need to rebalance both the whole game and every player card. Yeah, that could be something fun to do, is like, honestly, just do a tier list. But we kind of don't know exactly where everything stands at the moment. Anyway, I see a lot of potential for this game. The fact that there's core concepts and ideas, original fun is really matters. Everything else can change or be improved as needed. Yeah, thank you. Well, first, yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. But also, yeah, agreed. Yeah, definitely. It just probably needs, we're just not there yet, I don't think, I guess is basically what I'm getting at. All right, I'm head out. All right, dude, appreciate you being here. See you around. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna play Mage's Shield. We're kind of desperate here. We're gonna play Mage's Shield. The amplification tower is real rough. So I think we're gonna do that. We're gonna disable this guy. He doesn't do anything, right? He misses his attack at that point. The Endling is going to attack. It will always attack this guy. Ooh, wait, no, his ability doesn't work then. Okay, here's what we do. We move him down, so this guy attacks the Pemforest Druid. We play Mage's Shield on her, so she's disabled. Then we move him back up, because that's his power. The Endling is then going to attack the Stone Golem, but in order to keep Stone Golem alive, or not alive, the Stone Golem's dead. He's just gonna die. But what we can do is we can send reinforcements to move. I guess it's only 2 units off of him to here. I don't know if that's worth doing, but we're gonna try it anyway. I'm in a bind here. Every 3 units you move, you must remove 1 Oh wait, that doesn't work that way. I can't use send reinforcements like that. I would have to have it on the other character. Well, I guess... Honestly, I think I'd rather just... We're going to lose a lot of things anyway. This is going to attack one, kills them. Ravager is going to attack another and kill someone else. Actually, yeah, all my heroes are dead. Just all my heroes die. Here comes scope creep ass idea. You could take AE as a core game and make it a whole roguelike based game out of it. Yeah, I mean, I could just do it even as a board game, right? Like deck building, I'm confused because the only experience I have is typical TCGs you play with Yu-Gi-Oh! Also being a roguelike is a sick idea. You're cooking. Well, that's what I meant. Like for a video game, I think it would be cool. Technically one of our people who play tested also mentioned that, like, just make it a roguelike board game. But it'd be interesting to figure out how that would work. Is there any way I can... No, I think this is all... I think we lose everything here. Oh well. Dead, 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 dead. What I mean is limit deck building is things have a cost system where some cards are more expensive than others because the player cards are not balanced around you making your own deck. Yeah, that's true. I can see that. Kind of like something like what's it called? Star Realms or something. Well, we just lost all our heroes. I could have maybe played that a little bit differently, but I don't know. Here we are. Back to me here. I don't know if it matters who plays first, so it's gonna go. Ascathian Warrior is great. We need to kill Amplification Tower, even if that means sacrificing my characters. Mountain is exceptional, because that does give me more card draw, basically just instantly. I did kill a minion last... Didn't I kill a minion? I did kill a minion, so I technically should have one on here. Oh gosh. What I meant is limit deck building things as a cost system where some cards are more expensive than others because the player cards are not balanced around you making your own deck. For example, if a deck which is half lands with God of Harvest, you would be super OP, or God with War with way more hero structures that synergize with heroes, be way more powerful. Yeah, so I guess like cost would have to be like specific to each god, maybe. I don't know. That's obviously like scope creepy, like you were saying, but he gains 1. This gains 1. This gains 1. Okay. But yeah, I mean, I could see it happening. It's just, I don't know. I think the base game needs to kind of be tweaked. But then again, like once you change that, everything goes out the window. So it's kind of like, I don't know. I think so. It's just simple simulator video. Simulator as a video game would be good as a start to garner attention in a system where artists can submit their own fan art to use as different skins. That'd be cool. Oh, we're gonna hit that in a second. Not quite yet. And even cards in the same category, some are much weaker than others. Yeah, I mean that's... Yeah, I don't know. We should do a tier list again. I think that would be a good exercise. I don't think we ever did it with player cards either, but we encourage community activity. I agree. Yeah. I concur. I think that would be cool. We've got 8 here. I think we need to... I'm gonna do this. I think we need to... we need to just kill Amplification Tower. That's a no-brainer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's all we got. Before you start trying to think of making all your player cards equally strong, consider that roguelikes in these need some weaker and some stronger items. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, no, that's definitely true. But it would be good to know where we're at. The problem is, like, I wouldn't necessarily want cost on things. All right, we're at an ad. I'll be back in 3 minutes so we can have an hour of no ads, no pre-rolls. So I'll be back in 3 minutes.
Randomness. It's what makes card games so interesting to play. The simple act of shuffling and drawing cards creates unpredictable outcomes, providing a unique and exciting experience every time. But what happens when this randomness becomes a detriment to the game? And how do you deal with that? Being able to address this issue can often mean the difference between a good card game and a bad one. Even the most popular games aren't immune to these pitfalls. Take Magic the Gathering, for example, one of the most popular trading card games of all time. It's not uncommon to find yourself drawing nothing but lands, or conversely, having no lands at all, leaving you with a unplayable hand. On the flip side, randomness can swing in the opposite direction too, drawing an incredible hand, leading you to completely dominate your opponents. While it's certainly fun for the player with the winning hand, it can be less enjoyable for everyone else at the table. So let me tell you how I counteracted it while working on my own game, and the battle I fought against inconsistency. In my game, players compete against the Old God, a collection of cards that present various challenges. Unfortunately, the balance of this deck was wildly unpredictable, often either leading to completely overwhelming the players, or failing to be a challenge at all, making the game unenjoyable either way. But I'm getting ahead of myself. For those of you who aren't familiar with my game, which, let's be honest, is probably most of you, you might be wondering what the heck an Old God is and what the game is actually as a whole. Or maybe you don't care. I don't know your life. I'm going to talk about it anyway. So, in brief summary, here's how the game works. Armies Against Entropy is a cooperative resource management trading card game. Players place cards like heroes, structures, and lands to create synergies for themselves and also their allies. They then move units generated by their cards to enhance the power of the cards that they deem most necessary, all while battling the Old God, a deck of automated cards designed to dismantle the player's forces and serve as the main threat of the game. Now that you kind of have an understanding of the game, let's dive into how randomness became a problem. As I said before, the Old God deck was designed to present various challenges. This deck featured a large number of weaker cards and a few stronger ones. In theory, this meant the players would face a constant onslaught of minor threats, while occasionally encountering some much more intimidating ones. Let's talk a little more specifically though. Typically, the Old God would draw around 3 cards per turn with a total deck of 86 cards, 10 Endlings in the deck as the weakest card. This design meant you were much less likely to draw something threatening like 3 Ravengers. The idea is that the Old God would have a nice assortment of cards due to its distribution. At least that's what I thought. However, there were many instances where this wasn't the case, and the Old God either felt pitiful or, conversely, an unstoppable onslaught of destruction. Speaking of unstoppable onslaughts of destruction, you should subscribe. I don't know how those two things correlate, but So what was the solution? Well, this came to me while I was trying to fix an entirely different problem, and that problem was the Abyssal Horde card. This card was a hell of my own making, and the bane of my existence for so many different reasons. But the main one that we'll be focusing on today was trying to solve an issue where it would gain in power every attack. Units were how the player gained power, but we didn't really want a similar mechanic for the Old God because we didn't really want to figure out how these units would be allocated each turn. The Abyssal Horde was somewhat of an exception to this rule, as it stole units from player cards. While this is a cool idea, it kind of fundamentally broke the game. Instead, we wanted to find another way for this card to gain in power using a different mechanic, while still sort of keeping the same identity. We had considered making the Abyssal Horde card duplicate itself with every attack, which could work well. However, that mechanic felt a little more suited to a digital version of the game rather than a physical one. And while I do have aspirations to make a digital version of this game down the line, I really want to make this game more functional for both formats. So the solution...
We're AAE playtesting, so we should do the AAE overlay. I feel like this looks a little weird. A bit too small. I don't know. It's like the look of that better. Let's catch up here real quick. Also didn't reply to you, Tuna, but I think the people making their own skins and all would be really cool. Yeah, I agree with that. That would be cool. Yeah, I think that could work. I was thinking about that for a second. Like, you know, the game has a pretty like cohesive, unique style, and that was like, I was a little. Someone had mentioned like drawing a card for one of these, and I was like, I don't know, because like it's gonna be so different. But if you have like lots of different things where you can swap it out, that'd be cool. It also reminds me, I do want to do, and I've been talking about this on and off, sort of a collaborative game thing where I'm basically working on a game with other creators. Like I kind of want to do like each stream as a new creator, and they kind of add a contribution to this new game. Because I wouldn't want to just work with this one. I think it would allow them more creative agency, but it would also be cool to allow, that gave me the idea that'd be cool to allow users to submit, or not users, but watchers, I guess, the ability to submit their art and mechanics and stuff for us to use. So that could be kind of interesting. So there's good ideas there. Ton of potential for different card mechanics, like temporary units, certain under certain condition, decreasing enemies units, temporary under certain conditions, some other cards. Yeah, I was gonna say that would definitely have to be a digital version thing. Because yeah, I definitely wouldn't want to what am I trying to say? Definitely wouldn't want to do all that for, well, some of those sound cool. Some of them I wouldn't want to do for the physical version, right? Funnel units into summon taunt. Yeah, that'd be cool. Fig, yo, hello. How you doing? How you doing today? I'd be down for something like that. Yeah, definitely. We could do that for sure. I'd be down as well. There's no way anyone's tracking temporary units on the board. Yeah, for sure. Cool thing you did with Heroes is because of the simple art style, the designs are diverse and easily recognizable. So the art or style change would make them easily recognizable. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they're pretty simple. So as long as you like all their simple designs. Yeah, and I guess it's a different thing if it's like a skin, right? And not like a, what's it called? Like not a, like a new card itself, right? It's a skin for an existing card. That's a cool idea. But yeah, I really got to plan that. I think I want to do that maybe today yet. I'll have to write some stuff down and try to figure out how that will work. But that is definitely something I want to do, whereas, you know, have a bunch of other creators to work on something together. Anyway, player's turn 1 is over. Player 1's turn is over, not a player 2. Mage's Tower is pretty huge. And honestly, I might just go crazy and blow something up. Do you mean I would make the real life version? It would make the real life version be way too complex. It had complex math do on that level. Also, ideas for skins kind of inspired what Marvel Snap does. Interesting. Yeah. So, yeah, that's a good point. But yeah, no, I mean, I have like a design philosophy. It's mostly in my head. But there's certain things in this game where I'm like, no, I won't do that. It's too complex. You know, the only really thing you should be managing is one resource, and then everything else is like the card complexity and that kind of stuff. Disabling and enabling are like the one exception to that. So I've returned. What went down in my absence? Honestly, I haven't gotten too far yet. A lot of yapping, you know, talking about like the potential of deck building / making this game a roguelike / turning into a video game. All things that would be farther down the line, which, honestly, I'm kind of wondering how far that line can go, you know? I don't know if all of you know, I've talked about this a bit before, but this is like kind of, I'm making a go at this. Well, you know, not really, like this is my full-time job currently. And I say job very loosely because, because I'm not really making money, right? But the goal is to ideally make enough money from this sort of thing. And we're getting close to a point where that's just gonna be done, like done and over with, you know? There's not too much more time on that clock. But so we'll see what we can do, you know. I was thinking of temporary units, they could act as a shield, so you could basically just do damage reduction buff now that I think about it. Yeah, I mean, or you could just, you know, yeah, we kind of have something like that. There's like the cleric that gains units before being attacked. Of course, they can actually gain units from that, which is maybe too strong, but you know. Okay, we need to kill at least one of these wastelands. I want to say the Barrens is the one to go for. I gain 2 units when I attack with a hero, so I'll be at 6. I need to discard 2 cards. Bridge is definitely one of them because I don't care about that. 1, 2, 3, and then I need to discard something else. I think I'm going with Swamp, as good as it is. 1, 2, 3. And then I'm going to go ahead and kill. I feel like I have too many cards. I feel like I may have drawn cards twice there. I don't know. Anyway, whatever. We kill a Barrens. Yeah, I may have screwed that up. Not gonna lie to you guys. But either way, that will activate something. I think the something that will activate is giving me 3 more units. But yeah, no, temporary units would be cool. I just try not to add new mechanics like that necessarily. I try to keep it all within the realm of units, but I do like the idea. It is cool. Is Fig still here? Fig, how are you? I haven't heard from you in a while. Well, I guess I sort of have, but you know what I mean. That's it. That's my turn. You know what? I'm gonna say I did this. I'm gonna attack with 1 with my god, killing a Voidling. Weapon wall is gone. Honestly, lots of. Did I already say that? Did I already say lots of yapping? Trying to keep up with this. Still kind of dying. So we'll see how that goes. All right, drawing a card. Shard Brute. A forest. Jeez. That's 3 minions. And I'm already starting to see a pattern here, which is too many minions. Okay. I think I'm dead here. Let's see. Merkling attacks for 4, killing. They attack structure, so they would be attacking this. I just am forced to discard a card. I will discard. Yes, my forest. 1, 2, 3. I get hit for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. That's it. Endling attacks strongest for 8 because they have their power active. That kills my Osgathian warrior. He is dead. Ravager attacks strongest for 5, which is gonna be my guy here. Dead. There's a couple minions on the board, yeah, for sure. Dreadling attacks weakest, which doesn't really matter. It's probably not worth keeping my Mage's Tower alive anymore. Is it? Thoughts, Maximus? I feel like I just let it die. I'd have to get rid of one more card, which may be okay. It's so strong, but it's just like... I can't get rid of my Necromancer, because if I don't draw a hero, then I'm just kind of done for. Yeah, I guess we'll get rid of Village, I guess. For 3. I mean, it's dead anyway. That's the problem. I guess it... The problem is it actually doesn't save anything for me to do it, now that I'm thinking about it. Because this attacks this, it dies. Then Shard Brute attacks. It will attack one of my lands. Otherwise, it would have attacked my Mage's Tower, which then would have killed my planes. Yeah, but it would still... It'd tank another hit, but it would... The Shard Brute would kill 2 things anyway. It can't do overkill to the god, it says non-god cards. So I guess I just lose my swamp and my... I'm just gonna not save my Mage's Tower here. My swamp and my desert, I guess. I'm basically dead at this point. I don't think I can recover from this. We'll play one more round, but I think we're dead. All right. Okay, we gotta play Paladin. We gotta... Comhand Archer would be great, but I don't really have the units to do anything with it. I'm just wondering if Priest is a better option. I'm obviously going to play... You try constructing more specific decks for more specific strategy. Haven't really gotten to that yet, but potentially. I mean, that could be a solution to a game that is too hard, right? Although I don't think whatever strategy you have would really help with this. It is definitely a thing that I need to do. But in this case, I think minions are just too powerful. There's just too many minions being drawn. I don't know. I think this is still pretty conclusive. I don't think I can recover from this, but we're gonna play Cognitive Enhancement. Merchant doesn't seem right. Graveyard doesn't seem right. Mage doesn't seem right. Camp could actually be good, because Camp can attack twice. But I'd still need the units. I'm like wondering what I need here. I don't have the units for it. Forest. Growth is actually crazy. We do this and growth. Growth is active. Sorry, we're like driving through Kansas right now. Ah, okay, no worries. See how it plays. Yeah, no, I definitely need to try it. It's just I'm trying to get the game to a point where I know it's sort of balanced. And we're not there yet. You finally get Bitcoin. We did. It was finally a thing. One, two, three. That 4. What am I trying to kill here? I mean, killing Forsaken Forest would probably be huge. And then probably killing Endlings. So I could send reinforcements, send 2 units to my Calm Hand Archer, remove 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, kills both Forsaken Forest and Endlings. Actually, no, not Endlings. Well, it ends up killing Endlings anyway. I'm gonna kill the Ravager, which then kills Endlings because it has, you know, it kills on death. So that's pretty good. Might be why it's not balanced. You're balancing against random decks that has all cards. Yeah, that's true. We could maybe try it. No offense to any Kansas folks, but driving through here is awful. I wouldn't know, unfortunately, but... Or fortunately, I don't know. Oh wait, growth also gives me an extra card right away. That's still a little unclear. Growth needs to be... Fortunately, well, there you go. Okay. Wait, is this a game playthrough? Sorry, my internet is auto accurate. Yep. We're doing a playthrough right now. Okay, what's our target here? Shard Brute probably needs to die. So honestly, Turtle Village might be the play. Because the way this would work, I get 2 units here. When this attacks, it's gaining 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can put 1 unit here. And 1 unit on my god. Which doesn't actually do anything. Lied. Yeah, I just have to go for the Shard Brute, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess we'll just have that one on there. Shard Brute is dead. Disable a player card of my choice. Guess it's Plains, as much as I don't want to do that. Okay. Well, let's see what happens. A Shade. A Siege Engine. Well, goodbye to my village. Oh god. Dark Ultimatum, really? Husk, Blighted Marsh, Blightmite. I can't handle another Blighted Marsh. Can't handle more minion draw. I guess we get rid of Blighted Marsh. And then we take Husk and Blightmite. I don't know if that's the right move, but it's something. Okay, and then how many minions? 1 minion to 3 minions. 1, 2, 3. I think we're still dead. They're going to attack structures first. Well, this thing's already attacking structures. It just kills my village. RIP village. Dreadling attacks weakest, which is my... Can't do anything about it, which is my Calm Hand Archer. RIP. Nethermuck attacks my Paladin. Paladin's dead. Shade attacks. I guess this. Yeah, it's over. Blightmite attacks this. And I'm just out of cards. I want to call that over. I concede. It's still overwhelming, regardless of how much damage the minions do. Granted, it did draw Amplification Tower, which basically put them at the same values as they are normally, or as they were before. But yeah, I think honestly, Anonymous does have a point about playing this against a curated deck and seeing if you could win against this with a good hand, you know? Is that actually like a thing you can do? I don't know if that's what I want to do right now. I don't think I'm going to do more than one playtest today. But that definitely is the part that made the game hard. That's right, but I don't know if it would honestly be very fun. I mean, it kind of depends on how much variation you add into the game, right? Like, if it's... Like, if you have a set number of cards, And again, like if I were to balance deck building, you wouldn't be able to have like 12 copies of any given card. Like you'd only be able to have like the set amount of cards that you have in your deck already. Like you could only have 2 copies of any hero, 2 copies or 3 copies of any land, 1 copy of any structure, etc. There's still a luck factor of whether you're drawing those anyway. Right? Because you could still be gunning for a synergy or a weird cool synergy, but yeah. I mean, we could talk about, like, we can see if, like, you know, any, like, what decks would be able to have some sort of synergies, but I agree right now there's probably not an, well, there's a lot of variety and not enough synergy between each whatever. It's a lot of luck to get a good synergy right now. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. But I also, I guess, yeah, I guess thinking about what I think I'm understanding what Maximus is saying is that if you need a good synergy to win, then the game, then it's luck based, like a luck based game, right? And not skill based. Is that what you're getting at, or am I misinterpreting what you're saying? What did he win? What? Who win? I'm just saying to Maximus's point, like if it is about, well, I don't know. You're getting a good bit of what I mean. I think that's part of it, right? Is like if it's all synergy based, then wait, I don't know. Hold on. I need to think this through for a second. Yeah, I lost to minion shenanigans. There's too many minions spawning potentially. Honestly, I don't even know if, like, I am partly wondering if like a good synergy wins against something that's drawing this many land or many minions. But I'm also just kind of unsure. You rebalance it by making the deck better. I guess that is true. Yeah. For sure. That one side isn't stronger than the other. The problem is, like, a lot of it is like the enemy's gonna have random variation, so it is hard to balance around. But I also don't know how to make that work. Honestly, my thoughts are like half baked right now. I honestly don't really have an opinion. And I'm just kind of trying to digest this right now. I think you both have valid points, though. So you got decks of randomness. Of course, it's hard to balance. No, that's true. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I'm getting at, right? I mean, I do think it's worth trying to you know what, let's just do this. I think it'll be a fun exercise, even if we don't end up using any of this information. The sphere would be less fun in its current state, and scope creep, you get to a fun state. Yeah, I'm not sure how you, like, at this point I'm kind of unsure how to make the game difficult yet not so difficult that it's balanced. I don't know, I'm trying to think that through. I'm not even so like, I think the way, let's discuss this just for a second. Let's do it as a hypothetical. If we had deck building, I mean, you usually go through like what? Hold on. Sorry. Let me count here. 11 cards, 12, 13 cards here. I think I may have messed that up. 16, 17, 18, 19. 19 cards here. No, that sounds about right. I may have overdrawn, but I don't remember. 13 minus 5. That's 8. So I would, so we went 4 rounds. What? Sorry, I'm just trying to think this through for a second. I'm considering it, right? I'm considering it as like something that could be tested, right? We could just pull out cards and see how it plays. To see if even with a like optimum deck, could we still beat the old god? I think that's maybe a worthwhile test to understand. Maybe it isn't exactly the way we go, but got peace out, save battery. I'm working off my phone, it's hotspot, well, but have an awesome stream. Thanks. Thank you, Fig. You have a great rest of your day. Good luck and drive safe. Bye. Okay, currently a set of cards. The way the game is balanced within the deck. A set of cards is 2 heroes, 3 lands, 1 structure, 1 spell. That is 7 cards per set. If we remove So the scope creep is kind of interesting. I'm unsure how to feel, right? Because like I've been working on this game for like a year and a half now, and we're still changing like core rules, and I do wonder whether it's like worth to continue pushing on with, right? So that's kind of like the thing. Like, is it worth to continue with this game, or is it worth trying to pivot to something else? Maybe it's not, maybe it is, I don't know. But yeah, it really, like, moving forward with a different direction really depends on how much longer we really want to keep working on this game. I don't mind working on it more. But shrug, right? I'm unsure whether I should. And I think that like the point is right now it needs to be in a playable enough state to share with other people and see how they feel about it, I think is the idea. All right. Adding deck building is basically I'm behind on all this. I'm done with yeah, so right, change, move on. I think deck building is basically going to be redoing player deck from scratch in terms of balance. Video tried out. I'm against this, it's fine. Or is the point of the game both players with the same cards at just different gods? That's the game that's fine. The game is fine, it's done, but it sounds like shit, you might be down working on this, but do something else altogether. So the point of the game for however long in development, it's been an assumption that there isn't deck building, adding deck building basically entirely new direction, which wants to work. At least you can test out and figure out if it yeah, so like I mean here's the thing. Currently the game is balanced around it's something that's yeah. Because we do have like, you know, we do have technically have a we do technically have deck building as an optional feature. Currently, like I said, let's pretend we are doing it for a second. Let's discuss. Currently, the way the deck is balanced, right? Because the deck itself has a balance of what number of cards are there. We could go by that and just lower the number of sets per deck. So it would be, you know, instead of being what's 72 divided by 7. That can't be right. How does that make sense? 72, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. How does that make any sense? Did I get my math wrong? What? Yeah, but the problem is, I mean, so part of the problem is that reverting the minion draw, we still have an issue, right? Which is that the old gods are, I mean, I wouldn't even say that the old gods are only need to be a tiny bit stronger. Do they? I mean, how many, like, the problem is, like, it depends on what sort of win ratio we really want. Because the balance currently is that, like, if we revert that change, the game is too easy. I think. I mean, I hardly lose games anymore. Maybe, like, new players wouldn't. Unless we want to go with the whole route that, like, the gods control the difficulty to that extent, right? We could just make more powerful enemy god effects. Yeah. I don't know. I'm thinking it through. Also, I'm very confused about my number of cards here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It was testing something to make the Olga hard to make it. Made it too hard. Wouldn't that change? It's not unbalanced. I mean, yeah. I mean, I think you both have good points. I think we could revert. Okay, I guess here's the question, Maximus. What do you suggest to make the game more difficult? Missing a deck with all the strategies twice. Drop in the ocean. Yeah. there's a lot of 3 playtest is pretty inconclusive about like any of these changes really, but I think it is at least worth trying at the very least. Playing like a good God synergy against this current version. At the very least. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of at a loss of next logical step. Worst case scenario, you play the game. Oh no, how terrible. Yeah. I'm trying to decide if that's what I want to do on stream right now. But yeah, I mean, we could play like Harvest and like, I don't know, what combo did we play again? Was it Harvest and Altruism? Like that could be like a good test to just start with. And then after that, I don't know. Just kind of see how that goes. I think that's probably the next logical test is just playing with a good God synergy and it's fine, but I don't think it's, I mean, that's fine. It needs to be done, you know? Gotta go. All right, Halfling, appreciate you being here. Appreciate you hanging out and all that jazz. But anyway. Are we still talking about deck building? Or are we talking about playing at least gods with good synergies versus the old god? Or find a game with a set deck or a game where you make your own. Yeah. Okay, we're still talking about deck building. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Let's pretend for a second that's what we're doing. Every deck going to be more fun in the end, but I don't think it's going to be more fun in this state. Well, let's give it a shot. Let's do one deck building session. Well, not even deck building session. Let's talk about card synergies because it's a good discussion to have regardless. Right? Let's just talk about it. Let's drop the debate for a minute and talk about card synergies. Because arguably it doesn't really matter whether we go with it or not. It just, we may as well talk about it and try it, right? Okay. Are there any, I guess let's start with the easy ones, right? Obviously we've got like, and maybe we should just go through a card at a time. I don't know. let's at least discuss. I mean, we have some things that are like, I don't know if they're necessarily synergies, but they're like feel thematically good. Like Necromancer being in the God of Destruction deck feels correct, right? And like Druid definitely makes sense in Harvest deck. And I think this kind of goes to with what you were saying when we were playtesting Maximus, that like a deck having specific cards, a few specific cards specific to their deck makes sense, right? Necro synergize with Destruction, agreed. Why can't I find it? Why am I? Oh, because I moved it. That's why. Necro Altar. It also synergizes with Necromancer, so that makes sense. I mean, we've got the typical God of Destruction or God of War sort of strategy where you get Barbarian, Fortress, I guess technically Desert would be like their land, right? And Turtle. I don't know how many cards, like sets you would need to make this work, but other Butcher Nerf, are there any player cards here that get units from Hero Death? Necromancer does. Necromancer gets monsters and hero deaths. But Butcher is also probably one that would go into this file. It doesn't actually synergize with War. It's alternately effective, but not really strategy. So yeah, that's true. It kind of might if you add like Witch's Hut, which also kind of is good in both of these. Maybe you want to call that a strategy. Let's do 3 or 4 for each card planet. Pretty standard. 3 or 4 sets. Yeah, I was thinking 3 or 4. I mean, 4 could also, yeah. I mean, we have God of Magic ones. Like we could do, you know, God of Magic with Mage's Tower, with mountains, with mages, like just a full card draw strategy, I guess, with library. Potentially with Embassy, but I don't know, it's kind of like here or there. Or same card name. Yeah, so the idea would, like I was saying, it would be 2 heroes of each card, 1 structure, 3 lands, 1 spell of any set is how the deck is balanced, so I figure we may as well go along with that. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Honestly, Harvest and Stone Golem are actually pretty good together because Stone Golem can become a land if you want it to. Also can help tank while you're sort of gaining stuff. Obviously, Harvest needs a land. I don't know what land that is. I mean, Plains is just a good standard one, but doesn't really need to be Plains, you know? Plains just feels right. Plains and like Forest feel correct, but they aren't necessarily any real strategy there. I mean, we obviously have like the devotion deck could just be like all your typical blue cards, right? This goes here too. But we wouldn't want every blue card. I feel like, so technically, what was it, by my math? A standard deck has 8 sets. No, wait, what? 6 set? Oh, we're hitting an ad. All right, I'll be right back. 3 minutes. BRB. No, I know. I know. It was just I didn't really have a like Max was saying, any land is cool. But yeah, I will be back in 3 minutes.
Randomness. It's what makes card games so interesting to play. The simple act of shuffling and drawing cards creates unpredictable outcomes. Providing a card was a hell of my own making, and the bane of my existence for so many different reasons. But the main one that we'll be focusing on today was trying to solve an issue where it would gain in power every attack. Units were how the player gained power, but we didn't really want a similar mechanic for the Old God because we didn't really want to figure out how these units would be allocated each turn. The Abyssal Horde was somewhat of an exception to this rule, as it stole units from player cards. While this is a cool idea, it kind of fundamentally broke the game. Instead, we wanted to find another way for this card to gain in power using a different mechanic, while still sort of keeping the same identity. We had considered making the Abyssal Horde card duplicate itself with every attack, which could work well. However, that mechanic felt a little more suited to a digital version of the game rather than a physical one. And while I do have aspirations to make a digital version of this game down the line, I really want to make this game more functional for both formats. So the solution was a drastic one. Remember the Endling I mentioned earlier, the weakest card in the deck? Well, we removed it from the main deck completely and put it in its own entirely new deck called the Minion deck. Are you kidding me? Did you ever consider how the Endling would feel about this? Being displaced from its home? What? No, it's a good thing. It helps. Wait, did you gain sentience? Yeah. What of it, Nathaniel? What? No, it's nothing. It's just how? How? Oh, yeah. I don't know. I can also do this. Yeah. Honestly, I'm not sure whether I should be impressed or terrified. You should be afraid after what you did to those endlings. Oh, come on. You've literally read the script yourself. Like you know what's going to happen. I just prefer to live in the moment, actually. So, whatever. Can I just keep reading? Fine, whatever. Okay, anyway, moving the Endlings to its own deck allowed the Abyssal Horde to spawn these cards every time it attacked, enabling the Old God's forces to gain in power with each strike. But the best part about adding minions this way was it meant that it could be used in other applications as well, fixing the overarching problem of the game, allowing the Endlings to be with all their other minion friends. All right, Nathaniel. Stop saying that like it's not your name too. Is it? Yeah, well, I think, yeah, I don't care. Let's just keep reading. Of course, the main one was addressing randomness in the game. By introducing a separate minion deck, the Old God could draw from both its main deck and the new deck, providing consistency in its challenges it presented to the player. If you're doing the math at home, the old system offered an approximate 20% chance of drawing a weaker card, like an Endling or Shade, from a main deck of 86 cards. In contrast, the dual deck system guarantees a weaker card is drawn every turn. This change also allowed me to reduce the number of copies in the main deck as well. Oh, see, now you've done it. First displacing the poor Endlings from their home, and now just murdering other cards. Dude, it's just a game. Not to me, Nathaniel. Not to me. But it helps to make the game better. Like, literally, just give me 2 seconds to, like, explain, please? Fine, whatever, just keep reading your dumb script. Reducing cards actually resulted in a greater variety of cards seen each game, with having fewer duplicates. As a result, players consistently faced interesting challenges drawn by the main deck, while still receiving a steady stream of minions every turn.
So I think one guy goes aggressive God of War, someone goes more defensive deck. Or utility doesn't sound much more interesting than both people having the same cards. Might be a me thing, like doing very best way that you have aspects right now. Well, sorry, I said deck building would be more fun, but game design would design around it. Oh God, around it would just there's a lot of cards gods without any real synergies. I get what it sounds like. Are making the games hard for changes. War Humanity, Harvest, Altruism. Magic don't have any real synergies. You can't inform what cards to make next. Yeah, that's honestly kind of what I was thinking too. If we want to add more cards, it could be cool to look at what cards we have and like figure out where we're lacking, where we have gaps, and then make synergies there. But yeah, Beast trying to be done with A soon. Yeah, like I mean, I don't know, dude. I think that's the thing. I don't know if I should be done with it soon. I mean, how do we feel about the game? How do we feel about watching me work on the game, right? I mean, you've been somewhat unsure lately, so depending on that, I'm also pro deck building. My only worry is deck building is gonna be a lot of work for a game that you're trying to finish. Yeah. I mean, it's honestly like a lot of this, I mean, just discussing this is part of like a even bigger like thing besides finishing the game or besides deck building or besides any of that. And it's just trying to figure out like what I'm doing with my life, right? Which, you know, I don't think is like, I sort of talked about it the other day a little bit, but it's really not something that's like for y'all to decide, right? Like if I'm in the game better than me, but just sounds very deciding how many of the same cards you can have. It just sounds like, wait, what? Sorry, I'm confused by what that mean. What do you mean by that? Oh, like the what would include deck building, or what deck building would entail? Is that what you're saying? The 8 god cards in the game don't have synergies, so the event of deck building, the other 3 gods get insanely or instantly OP compared to the remaining 5. I mean, I think that's the thing. Like, if deck building was included in the base game, then you would work around the ones that have synergies, and the rest of them would be thrown in the beta to have like more cards at some sort of expansion time, right? But I don't know. Yeah, humanity barely benefits from deck building compared to destruction, for example. But I still think you could have like more cards. Like, I mean, technically humanity benefits a lot from necromancy altar. Like, you could build stuff around that. I think the implementing it isn't difficult. It is the act of well, I think what, you know, Maximus is getting at is that like potentially new cards would need to be made to synergize with stuff. Well, no, humanity is better because you get more units when you place the card, right? So you can always benefit from additional card, like placing a card. I guess it's kind of the same. I see what you're saying. We just want extra benefit from farm, but that really powerful for anyone. Yeah, I mean, farm would be good on them too, right? I mean, but yeah, I think base deck around Archer or whatever. Yeah. God doesn't have to be a centerpiece. Yeah, I guess that's true. Well, yeah, I guess I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, obviously we're kind of having multiple discussions here about sort of multiple things in a sense, right? One is like how long we want to work on the game for. Honestly, that's partly less of a discussion about me or about like what I want, and another like, and sort of more of a discussion about what everyone else wants in a way. Because for me, I'm just making content, right? And if the interesting part is watching me make this game, then there's not really a huge reason to necessarily pivot. Besides the fact that like it's probably good to have a game to like try to sell, but if I put the game out now, what kind of returns are we really looking for? You have to rebalance a lot of cards, think about what gods are, what style of gameplay they promote, and what cards change that benefit to those styles. But like I'm saying, like that's technically that's fine, right? If I decide I want to keep working on the game. My thought, of course, was like I should probably be done with it because we've been working on it for like a year, over a year, right? And it feels like it's at a point where it's like, is it worth it to keep working on it? Like that's the question, right? I guess is like, is this worth to keep working on? You know, I was watching you work on deck building would be fun. IMO, you were the one that said you wanted to be done. I think the truth is I'm conflicted. I think I want to be done to a point where we're no longer working on, well, I guess, you know, it's kind of like, I don't know. Like, I really don't want to be working on more main mechanics, right? Like, I don't want to have to be like, yeah, like minion stack. Like, I don't want to have to like implement a new thing like that. It's like, oh, let's have a hero stack now or whatever, right? Unless that's like an individual card aspect, I don't really want that. But deck building kind of is one of those things in a sense, right? It is a sort of rule. It's kind of in there. It's in the whole like beta section of the thing. I say this because I'm making a game too, and I'd want people to give honest opinion, but I hate wanting to be done with the project. Yeah. All love, yeah. No, I mean, I honestly don't know. I think that's the truth. The truth is I don't know. Because I like the game. I like working on the game. I like doing art for the game. I like coming up with mechanics for the game. But when do you say, is it still worth working on this game? And I guess the biggest problem, and I guess here's why I wanted to say it's done, and hear me out on this, I guess. The biggest reason I wanted to say I want I say I want to have the game done is I want it to be in a playable enough state where I can bring this to other people and be like, hey, what do you think of this game? Because before, like, we constantly were having, you know, core rules change. What does your heart tell you? My heart tells me, I have lots of anxiety. No, honestly, I don't know. I think I kind of need like a public opinion on the game, because I feel like, I mean, obviously we've got y'all's opinions and the people who have play tested it. I've gotten like a you know, opinions. Most people were like, you know, the game's like at like a around a 7 out of 10 kind of thing, which isn't bad for sure. Your whole debate is basically unimportant at this point. It matters. It just matters if you want to work on a for a while more, or until it truly is the best for until it is truly the at best can possibly be, or you want to leave it at a decent spot and move on. Yeah. Stream boo. Denied. Vader is your father. I'm back. Welcome back, Tuna. I think as long as it's playable, everything else is optional, because if you have a ton of projects in mind, sometimes it's better to just present them and see what draws people in. Yeah. May find a few places to show off the game. I mean, there's plenty of like Discord server stuff. Like I could go try to get other people to playtest my game and just keep getting y'all to playtest it. Granted, I think y'all are a little biased because you like me at least. But maybe not. Maybe you'd be like, nah, your game kind of sucks. But I don't know. It's a lot of like the problem isn't so much. It's kind of indecision, right? I'm kind of having like a life crisis. Not really a life crisis, but just a mental crisis on like whether or not, like what's the best route to go. How am I going to continue? Like how I'm going to continue at this and make money? Does the game even matter at this point? Like realistically, does the game matter if like I'm continuing to grow the stream and that kind of thing? Like, because right now, if I put the game on, like I could put the game on GameCraft or sell a few copies and then, you know, whatever, it's quote unquote done. If there's something else you want to work on, you can fix in the most boring, easing way possible, tweak the old god strength numbers, and it can be done. Then you can work on whatever you want. I'm 100% objective. There you go. I hate you in the game. That's fair. Totally fair. Matters what you want to do, I suppose. Imagine if I was a hater. Yeah, Tuna just hate watches me after a dozen hours of watching streams. No, I mean, you're right. To sound like you are ready to move on. I mean, I don't know, honestly. I mean, that's it's more just like a crisis of like my like what I'm doing with the business side of things, right? Like honestly, I would be happy to keep making like more cards. I think I find it fun. I find doing the art fun. I find coming up with the mechanics fun. The question is, how long do you beat your head against a wall to make something work and like hope that it is successful, right? Or is it more worth doing something that's like taking the knowledge I have now and putting into like a framework of something that's better, that's less like it's good to be a realist, but no offense, A is gonna sell like 10 copies. That's kind of what I'm getting at, right? So I mean, like at this point, like it's probably worth just continuing to work on AE until I get like more of a following. Because that's the biggest thing, right? Or I could work on something completely different and like, you know, AE can just kind of be done and sit there. But yeah, I agree with you. Finishing and selling AE doesn't matter. What matters is growing your community and your skills right now. Get featured, nerd. What are you gonna do about it? Stop being so right. It's gonna. I know it's your only weakness, but you got featured. I'm showing you off. You're right. You're very right. That's actually what my brother basically said too. He was like, your content is the like what matters is the streaming and the YouTube production and not so much the game. Because yeah, right now the game isn't really going to do anything really. And arguably we've been getting more and more people. This discussion isn't really great for like drawing new people in. We're kind of just like, I'm having a existential crisis where you guys are like, what do you want to do? you tell us what you want to do. And I'm like, I don't know. What should I do? Really in front of this hard, really think about marketing strategies. But the most important thing is that there's accessible way to play the game. I mean, obviously, yeah, like right now there's Tabletop Simulator. But apart from growing is doing your best to make your community successful the best you can. Make your game successful the best you can. Yeah, right. Like the community is the marketing, right? That's basically my marketing is my Twitch and my YouTube currently. And obviously, you know, through other like Discord servers and stuff like that. I was tempted to do like Reddit posting and stuff like that, but they're like half the time most Reddit posts are like, don't self-promote. It's like, okay, well, if you guys want to promote me on Reddit, feel free. No, but okay. Yeah, I mean this has been the conversation for the past like 3 streams, right? It's like, what am I doing? Am I moving on with armies, or am I moving on to another project? What's the goal, right? Because we made the beta cards. They're obviously there, right? So we have more cards to work with. The question is, do we just like keep doing that? To be honest, there's no wrong move right now as long as you work on something, either finishing AE properly or and work on something else, or work on a bunch more and make it best you possibly can. Both will realistically grow your community a similar amount. Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, the only other project I think I really want to work on, one is obviously the collaboration thing, but I don't think that would happen nearly as often. We'd have like, you know, maybe 1 or 2 streams, like probably like a month, right? 1 or 2 streams a month on that, just because, you know, getting other people to work on stuff would be difficult. The only other project I kind of am like itching to do, but not necessarily like I need to do it, is the sort of stream-based tabletop role-playing game, where we basically utilize, you know, Twitch features and whatever, and more narrative-based mechanics to make a TTRPG. But I also don't necessarily think that's going to be good stream content, right? I feel like making role-playing based abilities and then like, I don't know, there's not going to be much art and that kind of stuff. It's like, I feel weird about that. I'm not sure it would be good streaming content to make that game. You should do a soft launch and then an epic trailer for it. Yeah, for sure. I mean, the next video is going to be how to play. I'm just kind of trying to get it in a point where I'm like not touching too many core mechanics. But a trailer would be fun. I really do want to do a trailer. See how it goes from there. I'm saying you grew your community by doing your best and making a game, so keep going. It's been working. Might need to do a few more things to build the community further. Yeah. Keep pushing, right? like those are the options. I keep pushing, or I pivot, but I don't even know what I pivot to. So probably, yeah, the answer is just keep pushing, which I guess means like obviously we've grown a lot, right? The community in general, and I think it's probably grown the most in the past like month than it has in a long time. Like for the longest time we were sitting with like, I don't know, a few people, right? Like we had Anonymous, we had, you know, I don't even know what to call you anymore. Maximus. I was like Dalamus, Maximus, Dingus, Mortimus, I don't know. And like Bean and you know, Toots and like a core set of like, and then Thunder also. Thunder hasn't been here in a while, but we got like a lot of people in the past like month, like 5 or 6 people. Granted, I had to ban like one of them, but still. I have a friend who's into editing, so I think she'd like to help. All the work I'm volunteering I'm volunteering work, but I can't. Wow, my brain stopped working. All the work I'm offering is volunteer work, by the way. Mr. W got an L. Yeah, true. I had to ban him 5 times, including so once on Twitch and 4 times on YouTube. See if he comes back. Jesus. Anyway. Okay. Well, I appreciate you guys giving me some clarity, because yeah, honestly, it's been a little bit like deciding that kind of thing it's been kind of just mentally taxing, if I'm being honest with you. So I appreciate your thoughts and your perspective, really. Because yeah. Wisest chat in the galaxy. Indeed. True. The wisest. Okay. Well, I guess we gotta continue with this sort of deck building pursuit here. I don't know if we're gonna get to playing another game today, but we could at least deck build. I don't think I'm gonna have the energy, like the mental energy, to play a whole game. So maybe we do just build like 2 decks, whatever ones we think are gonna be the best. 1 probably together, and 2 like just on their own, right? What are the best mechanical decks, or the decks with the most synergies? Have both those decks go against, you know, the old god and see how it goes with the current scenario. And then we'll see, right? And we'll maybe do that Friday or something. And then maybe if we want to just do like a cooldown, we can maybe do some drawing or something. I wouldn't mind just kind of doodling. But yeah. Yes, thank you everyone. It's very, very nice to hear your support. I really do appreciate it. Sorry, I am not being very decisive. Drawing streams are chill. Yeah, I'm honestly tempted to do more of them. We did for the 100 followers, we did like, I'll draw anything you guys want me to, and we kind of voted on it, and that stream did really, really well. So I am tempted to do another one or maybe a variation on it rather than like, probably at 200 followers, I'll definitely do just like a full on do one of those again. But I am tempted to just do some streams where like I take your suggestions and I kind of get to decide what I actually want to draw. But it's still getting your input on what I do, you know, which is kind of what I do anyway when I do like the character art and stuff like that. But maybe something even more, whatever, some practice art, because I would like to do more like human anatomy kind of things, like draw characters. Anyway, do we have any other synergies that we know about? If we still got anyone who plays the game here. I mean, we obviously have. There is like a few synergies that are like outside of deck building. We've got. It takes time to make decisions, so it's fine. Due to the nature of us just being viewers, our advice and perspective can be surface level at most, but really hope it helps. It does. It really does. The past like week, I've been really like unsure of what I'm doing, right? Because like it's kind of like feel like that time crunch where it's like I said, I basically am like spending my savings right now and trying to get to like this to work, but it's also like it's kind of a little bit of a pipe dream, you know. So we'll see. I probably will have to take up some other work, which is fine. I mean, even if it's just like an editing job or something like that, but because I know I've learned editing pretty dang well from working on this past like year and a half. So another synergy we got is a paladin plus camp or send reinforcements. I think that is a kind of a cool synergy. I don't know what deck this fits into, but paladin's been a little bit nerfed from that, but that is a potential synergy. We have some cards that are just like generically good. Graveyard's technically potentially good with God of Destruction. So if like you lose a card, you can still get it back. The Graveyard might be a good option for land at least. What was your career before this, by the way? Also, following your dreams is what makes life worth living. Yeah, honestly, I don't regret this, obviously. And even if I do like fail completely and, you know, get to a certain point and don't do, you know, whatever. Paladin's cool. My previous career was, so my first real job was as a prop maker slash prop. I worked at a prop shop. Cool job. Sounds like a dream job, but unfortunately my boss was a hoarder and we basically were, you know, swimming in props all day, and it wasn't even like cool props. It was like, oh, let's stack desks on top of each other. Then I kind of pivoted to a material supply store, which sold like silicones and urethanes and epoxies and that kind of stuff. Which I got to do a lot of sort of prop making stuff, but it was more for like test purposes, not specifically for things. if you've seen my website, you've probably seen a lot of that work. It was a cool job. Didn't really pay enough to make me want to continue doing it, right? There was no growth, right? It was a great job, but there was nowhere I was going at that point. You've seen this in the background probably, but my website's being real slow, huh? Hello? But yeah, that was my career beforehand. As I worked at a material supply store. Did that for about 4 years. Did the prop making job, prop shop job, I guess I would rather call it, or it makes more sense to call it, for about 4 years as well. So mostly like the sort of movie adjacent career. Movie and like crafting, you know, plays, all that kind of stuff. So that was me before, in the before times. It was a cool job. I still like doing it. I could see doing it again, but I don't necessarily, you know, only ever had, job, the only job I've had was at McDonald's, so this sounds so cool. Thank you. Yeah, you know, yeah, I don't know. It was cool. It just, you know, it didn't end up being something that really was sustainable. I could have done it forever technically, right? But it's like wasn't really getting paid enough, and the vertical mobility was just like it was retail in the end, right? I was just selling stuff. The cool part about it was I got to make whatever I wanted and use whatever materials I wanted, but it wasn't exactly there was no growth, right? Like I was gonna live and die there if I stayed, you know. So it was worth taking a shot at my at a dream, you know. I won't exactly say it's my only dream, but it is a dream, you know. I'm pulling out these cards to kind of like see them better here. Swamp belongs in the death deck here. Having that in your resume and all those props, your profile is always good. Yeah, I mean, it's always good. God, I can't talk right now. Yeah, I don't like regret any of it, right? Like having a creative profile, I find cool, you know. I no regrets, basically. New bridge being here makes sense. Yeah, no regrets doing that job at all, for sure. Sorry, my brain's a little bit like contemplative right now. I'm sort of processing everything. But yeah, no, I think I'm glad to have done all the stuff I've done, because, and I've talked about this before on like one of my streams and one of my shorts, but like any sort of creative endeavor is helpful for literally anything else. You'll learn something that can be applicable to any other skill, just by learning the principles and being able to apply those principles to whatever you move on to. And I definitely live by that. There's a lot of jobs that don't lead anywhere directly, but opens doors. So it might be one of those. Yeah, for sure. Right. Yeah. And having like even this in my portfolio, right? I think that's pretty big. Um, even if you follow board game making people, the guy who's doing the Chaos Galaxy guy, I can't remember what is his current game, Evolvers or whatever. Um, he was saying that he like his card game that he did got him his job because he was like they're looking between two different people and they're like, oh, they've got similar skill sets, but then they looked at like, oh, he made his a whole entire trading card game. I guess that's, like they chose him because that was the one up he had on the other guy, you know? That's kind of always interesting. Yeah. For sure. Osgathian Warrior is actually really good on here if you can get him with a Necromancer altar so he can kind of keep coming back. We almost have a full set for God of Destruction. And we probably could have a full set for God of Devotion as well. Easily. God of Devotion, like any blue card is good on God of Devotion. Unfortunately, we're kind of like Maximus was saying, God of Humanity and God of Altruism kind of are like, they don't really have anything special going for them, per se. Devotion and Destruction are really good for deck building already. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Those are probably two good ones to look at. War and Harvest don't have much synergy material. Yeah, Harvest is just good. Harvest synergizes with any land. So it's like, as long as you have land, it's pretty good. The things that do synergize, like Druid and Golem, are actually both really pretty good synergies. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, we definitely want growth within whatever. Most of the synergies you have for war are additive. Like Fortress doesn't perform any better because of war. Yeah, it kind of just feels like the same flavor. It's not necessarily better. But like there is something to say about deck building removing anti-synergy, right? Like Paladin and War don't really work, so removing Paladin from your deck does help you there, right? So there's a bit to say about removing anti-synergy. I think the interesting concept is having strong cards that don't synergize with anything and weaker cards that get stronger throughout synergies. That is actually a cool concept, yeah. That's a smart design philosophy for sure. I feel like I'm missing something here. I mean, we got a bunch of structures for Devotion, mostly. Do I dare include beta cards in this test or no? Probably not. They're unbalanced on their own, but you rely on drawing the right cards for synergies. Yeah, it's true. part of me wants to say probably, yeah, I'm not gonna dare put beta cards in. I think that's too much. Even though they would be cool to play around with. Less synergy reliant cards are generally more beginner friendly, and synergies have higher skill ceilings. That's true. True. What do we think? Do we think 3 sets or 4 sets? Technically, within the entire deck, there is. Am I still doing this right? Hold on. Let me actually look at my. Give me a second here. I need to actually look and make sure I'm not losing my mind completely. Armies against entropy. Card design. We've got. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Why did I? Am I insane? For the, I guess it's the number of cards, not the number of sets within the base deck. Because technically, the sets isn't actually correct. There's 24 heroes, 24 lands, 12 structures, 12 spells. So technically a set wouldn't be this. Sorry, let me think for a second. It's 2-to-1, right? So technically the actual balance is 2-to-1. So 2 lands, 2 heroes for every 1 spell and 1 structure. I didn't realize that. I'm silly. How much did I just miss here? Not much, sorry. Shooting us, but maybe that's balanced by the cards being right on their own, or synergies being less strict. So multiple ways for cards to synergize with different things. I guess you're right. I was just card synergies more open-ended. Synergies could work fine. Yeah. No. I think we're gonna have less synergies like you know, these like merchant and trading post are like, you know, technical actual synergies, whereas like I don't know, like I can't think of an actual synergy that synergizes without it being a specific synergy. I guess Witch's Hut and Swamp, right? Because Witch's Hut works with a lot of things, but you know, Swamp is also a cool option. Sounds like Desert and Tundra might be cards in the lands like Desert and Tundra might be cards in the game that are as along those lines, because they depend on how many structures and heroes you have, right? But in the right situation, they're much better than Forest Plains. True. Not directly synergies, but they're along the lines you're talking about. Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah, like these two synergize together, but so does a lot of other things with Witch's Hut, right? Like Witch's Hut synergizes with pretty much anything that has a red effect. Well, anything has a red effect that generates units. Yeah, but also is kind of terrible if you don't have any red things. But yeah, there's maybe more ways to do it. Yeah. Okay, I was thinking about this wrong. I was thinking 3 of each. Well, it still works that way. So it'd be 2 lands, 2 heroes, 2, and then 1 structure, 1 spell is technically the correct balance. Instead of 3 lands and 2 heroes, it's 2 lands and 2 heroes based on the number of cards in the base deck. The fact that you're deciding on having just 1 resource is what makes everything so open-ended and open to interpretation and experimentation, IMO. Ironically, simpler systems can mean more depth. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, I think, unique in that it's not like, oh, there's wheat and coal and stone and wood, you know? I'm kind of happy. I'm kind of proud of that. It's just being 1 resource, not having to, you know, fully go crazy on it. Okay, now that I figured that out, what do we think? 3 or 4 sets per thing. So it'd be either be, you know, we add 2 cards in here. Oops. Oh, I don't mean to do that. Okay. Like we either add 2 cards into this deck, and this is like the deck short of like the number of copies, or we add like that many more. There's a lot of resources. It feels very restrictive and automated. This way it's just freedom. Honestly, it's probably yeah, that's a good point for sure. Yeah, right, because like if you had, you know, a card that only synergizes with, like, you know, it's like, oh, you need a desert to generate you, I don't know, whatever a desert would generate, water, sand, I don't know. Generates sand, you need to give sand to the fortress. Like, that's a pretty very specific interaction, whereas, like, you know, now we can have units and we can, you know, move them different places. Yeah, just having units is what makes the game cool. Yeah, for sure. I think I'm gonna go with 4 now that I'm thinking about it, because the game's base deck has 12. And so I think this might be enough random variation within the game to, it's like a quarter less random. 4 times less random? I don't know how you'd say that. I would say maybe Turtle is a good one here, because if you have Witch's Hut synergizes with Turtle at least. I think we're kind of just gonna go with War and Devotion, or Destruction and Devotion for now. What do we think? And the other guys are just gonna sit out. Of course, we also need spells. And 2 of these need to go bye-bye. No. I'm kind of feeling these 2. And then that way we can do the trading post synergy with Merchant. And maybe the Paladin synergy with Osgathian Fortress. I don't know. So we have multiple synergies within a synergy, right? Like, obviously the blue synergies are your main synergy, but then you also have like the trading post working with Merchant and then the camp working with Paladin, so you can potentially have those options. Sorry, not Fortress, camp. So like the idea with Paladin is like you could get up a ton of units because they generate a bunch. Yeah, sorry, I meant camp. Yeah. Like that's a synergy. Which then send reinforcements is also good if you can't get that going. So that's a synergy. I am really tempted to take let me open the beta cards real quick. I want to see if there's any I want to use. Because some of them are balanced, but some of them are, like, I'm very unsure of. God. It might just be these. Definitely not those. These are too large. Like River would be cool, I think, with God of Devotion. Right? This probably isn't right either, but I don't know why there's 3 copies of this. No God. My alarm. 2 minutes until the ad. Like, I think River would be cool. And then potentially Hallowed Ground would also be cool. Although I think that's probably too strong. So I might just do River, but yes, for some reason the number of cards here is weird. These are our potential though. We could put these in if we want to. I feel like River would be cool though. Haven't seen all the cards. So is there a card that sacrifices units to get more later? Not units. There's ones that sacrifice cards. Or like God of Destruction, you can destroy cards that are already placed. Mage's Tower can discard cards to grant you more units. There's none that discard card or units to get you more units your next turn or something like that. But that would be cool. You know, I'm gonna write that down. I don't know exactly how that would work, but I do like the idea of it. What are we doing with our lives? Army's gonna say. Beta cards. This actually might just be in the ideas folder. I really need to like combine these and make these better, but usually a fan of defensive play styles, but I can appreciate glass cannons. Yeah, right. You'd probably like Altruism. Altruism's really cool. It's probably one of my favorite gods, and it's super simple. Just kind of, it can tank basically anything. You know what? Screw it. Let's throw a River in here. It's a beta card, but why not? Yeah, Altruism's great. What did I make this do? Is it stupid? Gain 1 unit on this land, or gain 2 units on another player's land of your choice. If this land has 6 units or more, this gains double units on the units in this phase, in unit phase. That seems fine. That's not that broken, I don't think. So we'll give it. Also a cool looking card. Look at that card. Look how cool that is. It's probably not a good idea to be like testing beta cards inside this test, but I don't care anymore. Oh, we're at an ad. I will be back in 3 minutes. I guess we're gonna keep doing this sort of stuff. We'll have a longer stream today, I suppose. Be back in 3 minutes.
Randomness. It's what makes card games so interesting to play. The simple act of shuffling and drawing cards creates unpredictable outcomes, providing... I've been making a cooperative trading card game, and this card right here almost ruined everything. The bridge card was so fundamentally broken across so many versions of the game that I had to refactor my entire game just to make it work at all. But before we get into that, let's explain how the game works, because if you don't know how the game works, you know? Well, it's how it is. In Armies Against Entropy, players work together, placing cards to gain synergies, allocating units to distribute power where needed, granting each card more health and damage, and battling the Old God, a deck of cards designed to provide challenges to the players and serve as the main antagonist of the game. The most important thing you need to know is that each card had up to 2 different types of effects. There are base effects, which are in the main body of the card, similar to any other trading card game you've seen. Then there were activated effects, indicated by this blue gem box beneath the base effect. These activated effects required certain conditions to be met before they could be triggered. With all that in mind, let's dive into the bridge card itself and its copious problems it had in each version. We'll explore how it evolved and ultimately shape the game into what it is today.
What you doing, little buddy?
Well, the bridge card was so bad, I just figured I'd build a new one.
Well, we fixed it in the end, so you just have to, like, listen to the story.
Yeah, but I think we could still use a new one.
All right, buddy. Just keep doing your thing.
The bridge card was designed as a support card, helping to provide effects from your cards to your ally side of the board. This card was added about midway through the original development cycle, so there were a lot of things changing and happening around it. The intention was to increase interactions between allies, as collaboration is a core aspect of what makes Armies Against Entropy unique. More specifically, it was meant to take activated effects from cards like Farm, where if you had 5 or more units on the farm, you could play an additional card per turn. The bridge would apply that effect to your allies, allowing them to play an additional card as well. While this made it an extremely powerful card, it was integral to the spirit of the game, so we were okay with that. Now, going into it, we understood there could be some problems with this mechanic, as some activated effects behave differently than others. Take the Butcher, for example, which gained units upon the death of a monster. This became an issue because the units created by the Butcher were placed onto itself. As other effects applied to the entire game state, such as card draw or rule changes, the Butcher dealt with the individual card itself, which the other players may or may not have a copy of. To address this, we added a small note stating that these effects didn't apply to unit gain as sort of a band-aid fix, and we called it a day. However, I wasn't completely satisfied with this approach. As part of the next patch of the game, I aimed to add more functionality to structures, since they required more effort to place, trying to allow structures to provide more powerful effects in return for their cost. My goal was to give every structure both a base effect and an activated effect, enhancing their overall impact on the game. The way I decided to implement this was allowing Bridge to synergize with an ally if they have the Trading Post card on their side of the board. So this new effect stated, if the card named Trading Post is in play, this card's effect now also applies to gaining units. Units gained by this are immediately placed onto the Trading Post. Essentially, say a player had a swamp that gains a unit upon a monster's death. The Trading Post on your ally side of the board would also gain a unit. Of course, while this was kind of a fix for the previous version of the card, it ended up being more of a complication. Instead of solving any problems, actually led to more issues. A lot of these stemmed from poor wording on the card, which left certain interactions open to interpretation and causing different edge cases to pop up.
Okay,
for instance, what if the player with the bridge had a Trading Post on their side of the board?
I guess we'll go back here. when this game blows up, it'll be cool seeing the community give the gods designs. You mean like physical designs, like what they look like besides their symbols, I take it? The scariest thing is seeing them get shipped. This is in reference to the god the gods like shipping? Or are you talking about like relationship shipping, or are you talking about packaging shipping? This one's pretty structure dependent, so I'm almost thinking Tundra here. Like, you really want all these structures alive, so I think Tundra is probably a good bet. Technically, Forest could be a good bet too, but just having community imagine what they would look like giving the headcanon personalities. And then shipping them relentlessly. Yeah, technically, so these are technically like all the symbols I chose. It's a little bit not one for one, but all these symbols are technically from my D&D campaign, like the gods are. So some of them are actually technically different from whatever, but these two are technically lovers. There you go. I ship these two. The symbol for this one is technically God of Creation, but I changed it to God of Humanity for some reason. Or maybe I just... This was called God of Humanity, and I just decided to use the symbol, and then God of Destruction was, you know... Creation and Destruction were our lovers. So there, I already shipped them. You can't do it. My headcanon's there. Just kidding. So there you have it. I've already shipped them. You can't do anything about it. My OTP. Okay, I'm done. You've made a candle. Better just find out this. You're right. I'm sorry. I mean, Villages is kind of always a good one. Village, like, Swamp is a cool combo. So maybe we do this. We're kind of getting to, like, areas where, like, synergies don't really matter. It's kind of just, like, to fill up the rest of the deck. Maybe we go with Forest, then? If we have Village, like, Forest Village is good. I think Tundra Village is one of the best, but maybe we swap these. Nah. Let's do this. I'm trying to think what other spells are good for each of these. I mean, we already have growth in one of these. I mean, we can have like repeats too. I don't necessarily need to. I was gonna say, I feel like this isn't interesting because we're only at 2 viewers, but then we jump back to 6, so I don't know. Who knows? I really need to be doing a better job of explaining what I'm doing, but the question is, like, now where do we have gaps in like what each of these need, right? We got pretty good unit generation for deck 1. Maybe honestly getting like a raise an army for here just in case we need some bonus unit gen to kind of beef up our or activated effects, that's probably, or a unit effects rather, is probably a good play there. Sup, Dingus? Are you talking to Dingus or are you talking to, oh. Sup, Anonymous? Tuna's over here on YouTube. Say hi to Tuna. Also, sup, Deep Toot. How you doing? How's life? I feel like maybe shield makes sense on this side. Just to save stuff. What's up, Natal B? He's here. It's a true sign that you know it's him. There goes my hat. Do something only Deep Toot would do. Redeems bald. Ah, it's him. I don't know. What other heroes work well with God of Destruction? I mean, Barbarian's always pretty good. Barbarian's not a bad one. Plus, that's more red synergy with Berserker. I just realized Humanity X Destruction is inspired by, or Destruction inspired by Aphrodite X and Ares, also subdudes. The idea was just like that like it was creation and destruction were like are like hand in hand is the idea, because that's originally what in my D&D campaign humanity was named creation as creation destruction, and so they were like hand in hand as to how, you know, it's very like you can't create without destroying, you can't destroy, well you can't, well it's also you can't destroy without creating, but you know what I mean, right? They're very hand in hand, and I thought that was kind of fun that like even though most people find them counter opposed, you kind of can't have one without the other. I can fix them incarnate. They're also the gods of creation was a god of water, and destruction was a god of fire. And like evil gods weren't necessarily like evil, they just were, you know, have different sort of they don't even really like see things in the same way people did. I don't know, it was interesting, it was fun. I just haven't really didn't have time, or like haven't really been able to play or expand upon that in a while. I need one more hero and then just like every spell for destruction here. I could just go full like aggro and just grab every destruction spell. I don't know how good cognitive enhancement's gonna be. Technically it does synergize with graveyard though, so that's kind of fun. Because like you can discard a bunch of cards and then pull it back with graveyard, so that's kind of cool. I can relate my original lore for angels and demons is so cool to me, and I'm interested in it and to insert it into every story I can. Yeah, honestly, that's like yeah, it's cool to like, I've talked about it in one of my videos, but self-plagiarizing, right? Like use your own stuff and like all your ideas. It's a cool thing. You may as well recycle it. You know, it's not like you're stealing really. I guess I'll take Magic Missile. Is Teleport cool here? Teleport's always like a good like victory thing, but I almost want to just take like Charm and Well, honestly, Charm isn't that good without card draw, to be fair. Because you have to pull cards back out. Priest could potentially be a good one, just because someone needs a like it's a good effect to remove stuff. So maybe we go with Priest there. Or Monk. Monk might also be a good option. But Monk also is like trying to save your cards and not so much. I don't know. It's probably either Priest or Monk here. I don't know what the spells are. It could be really anything. Technically, Teleport does synergize, but it does make me destroy a card, which does give me whatever. I don't know. That's really grasping at straws there, but may as well throw it in there for diversity there. Maybe that. To elaborate, yeah, I should have asked. To elaborate, angels and my lord, just clusters of souls looking to unite all souls into one being, and demons are just individual souls who prefer the freedom of diversity. Interesting. That is cool. I like that. Tuna, with zero context, what do you prefer? A monk or priest of purifying light? I guess to give a tiny context, monk spends half units when attacking. Priest doesn't trigger negative effects, aka the negative detriments when you fight a bad guy. I'm conflicted on the deck building aspect here. Both are good. Kind of isn't really a better choice, like a specifically good choice. I would say probably Priest has more utility, but Monk is just, you know, saves units, right? Okay, becoming Buddhist monk, so I'm biased. I did that thing where it's like, I asked someone's opinion and then they gave me their opinion and I'm like, nah, it's got to be the other one. But I'm trying to decide if that's true. Yeah, I did that to you. You ever have that where you're like, it's this option or this option, and someone gives you the option, you're like, nah. It just informs what you were already thinking. I'm the worst, I'm sorry. It's not that your idea was wrong. It's I technically had a preconceived notion in my brain that I didn't realize. That makes sense. It fits, honestly. There you go. It makes sense because it's just kind of like some extra utility that the build might need. Okay, I think these are the two decks. Are they perfect? Probably not. But they're interesting enough, I would say. Monk could be a core with altruism. Honestly, probably. That'd be pretty good. Priest doesn't quite fit with destruction, but I think synergy-wise, it's probably better. All right, I'm definitely not going to be playing this today, but at the very least, we have the decks together, and we'll maybe playtest it Friday and see how it goes. Ideally, we do more than one playtest and see how it goes, but Well, as long as if there's enough minion draw, I wouldn't consider 2 playtests, but that kind of all really depends. 24 cards each. I'm pretty sure this is what I recommended for deck building, so I think this is actually gonna be kind of interesting. Not to get political, but Priest can be destructive AF. True. Yeah, very, very true. We want to... Oop, not that. I want to save this object. Deck built gods. I don't think I've ever heard someone say deck built. No, I did. Never mind. I deck built that? I don't know. It just seems like a weird way to say it. Anyway, those are there. Let's make sure we can spawn them before I stop that. And then we'll probably maybe just... Yep, there we go. We'll probably draw for a little bit just to kind of cool down. And then I'll be done, I think. Don't need this open. John the Palmo's Alana, Dawn with the Fawn, and then Yawns. What up, dude? Oh, I'm still showing. I guess I just turned that on, so it's not that big of a deal, but there's no cat cam. What's up, Sean the Palmo's Alana, Dawn, and Yawns? Honestly, I didn't even know what he said. Yo, what up? It's covered by his name. I wonder if there's a fix for that. You're Sean the Palm. Actually, I'm not gonna bother spelling the whole name anymore. Fair. I don't blame you. All right, y'all. What am I drawing? I feel like doodling. Maybe some sort of creature design or something. This probably won't be anything like crazy, but I don't have any suggestions, any thoughts. Nothing too specific. Shaman. I could. I mean, this is technically I'm not even drawing like a card per se, I think. I'm just gonna kind of do some sort of doodling, you know, unrelated doodling, just to kind of end the day. Could be a shaman. I feel like a creature or something would be cooler than like a person. I guess I could draw a person. I do need to draw like human anatomy, but ooh, a cat. I can draw a cat. What kind of cat? Not like give me like a some sort of interesting, like what kind of like give me some interesting, please. Give me some sort of like Luna specifically. Should I draw a moon cat? I feel like I want to do something like fantastical, you know what I mean? Because we've drawn Luna before. I don't know if you saw it. Probably didn't because you weren't there. You weren't there, okay. Let me I'll show you. I'll inform you. We drew this during the oh god, that's the wrong layer. What have I done? No, stop it. Oh god. breaking everything. Drew this during the drawing stream. So there's Luna as a kaiju. Would you do a DreamWorks logo style drawing with her? Like kind of like a moon and then the cat's on the moon kind of deal? Meow. God, Luna's hilarious, right? She's back there. I don't know if you see her. She's just a little tiny, like half a blob. I don't think my message registered. Probably not. YouTube's dumb sometimes. Try it again. Use different words. Probably thought something there was bad. Or something like that. My family stole my cat, not actually, but long story. So I'm hungry for cat content of all sorts. Give me some sort of fantastical element. Sean, do you want to give me something like an element, like an elemental, like fire, water, electricity, something like that, or some sort of other thing to combine with a cat? If you want. Or Toots, or someone. Or if Tuna wants to give something. I kind of want to do like a creature design. Like part of me was thinking like a how specific can it be? Eh, I don't know. I was thinking like it'd be cool to do like a black hole cat or something, like some sort of like, I don't know, sort of creature-y design. You can be specific, but I can't promise you that I'm gonna do it. Nature cat. Ooh, that could be cute. Kind of like a... I love making mascot characters personally. Like for like brand kind of things, or not great with creatures. I like nature cat, like a leaf sort of cat. I like that. That's cool. Let's do that. The goal is to not accidentally draw Leafeon. Creature design is what I find fun, so it's like... But I don't do it enough, you know? I literally can't read half of what Sean says. Okay, take two. Ears. Face. My brain immediately goes to like sitting pose, but we could potentially do more. It's too long. Try to break it into 2 messages. Sometimes, yeah, if you do too many words, it just doesn't I think it's like 140 character limit or something. Like fake mascot characters like a teacher turtle or ballerina polar bear in a TV style. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's fun. Yeah, we'll just have it sitting. We're not gonna go too crazy. We only got half an hour early. I want to kind of do like a regal pose, you know, the very cat good posture pose. There we go. Well, I'm drawing on the background. I return. Yo, Dingus Mortimus. We're just drawing. I'm drawing a nature cat. Like a, I don't know. We're just doing some random doodling. Kind of end off the stream. I like big ears. Big long ears. They're cute. I can't be bothered to break it up. Okay, I'm sorry, buddy. Unfortunately, I can't do anything about it. I have to sort of have like a rib cage, right? Like here. And then their spine kind of goes along the back, I think. I might need to look up a cat skeleton. Doon, 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 doon. It's just all Halloween. Very weird. Whoa. How's it go? Fish get to go. Right after returning, I guess I wish I had said anything. I leave right after returning. I guess I wish I had said. Oh, okay, gotcha. Well, bye, bye, Dingus. See you later. It's the channel, I was going to say. Channel? I don't know. That's longer than... Oh, me. Oh, gotcha. I see what you're saying. A name longer than yours. I just realized I had a creature suggestion, but completely blanked. A narwhal seal-looking creature. Post-apocalyptic story. This is the closest I've got for you. How do you feel about this guy? YouTube. Interesting. Did not know that was a thing. Crazy. There's a narwhal. That's Nartzo, as named by Fig. I guess the spine just goes. We'll do this, and then if somehow we have more time, we will maybe we can do a narwhal seal. Hips. Ooh, legs kind of come up and over. And like the feet go out. Then also we've got like the shoulders here. And then those just kind of come in I have to do this in a different color so I can understand what I'm looking at. These kind of curve this way. And then they just go, they go down. They do the down thing. These proportions are not right. Aw. Beetroot looks tasty. But this little guy, the turnip king, I don't know where he is. In my layer structures. The little guys. The king. Yeah, I kind of forgot that it was on my stream that those were rather. This isn't quite right, but you know, here we are. Thing is, it goes up like this and then down like this and then along like that. But usually they're kind of sitting on their legs, so it's kind of more of like a fluff. You don't even see what's really going on. But we kind of need to just, yeah, the legs are usually like farther underneath, you know? It kind of goes up and then down. Yeah. This is just honestly like the idea of this is just to get some drawing practice that isn't armies, you know? I could draw a cat in armies, I suppose, but I mean, I drew a dog the other day, so it's like not far-fetched, but and their hips, arguably, not here. They're more back farther. They kind of have this sort of spine curve. It kind of comes down and then around. I've kind of made a mess of everything here, but it's okay. I was here when he was born. I am the Godfather. There you go. Whatever this character may be. Whatever this creature is. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. You put that into kind of perspective for me for a few things, like for the just like that aspect of the stream, right? You're like, oh, it's cool that you can watch the stream and see the cards made, and then when the game comes out, you'll be able to you know, see the result of that. Like, they'll be cool to be like, oh, I saw this card being created live. Now I'm holding it in my hands. Never really like put that together like as like a thing that would be interesting, because like I'm the one doing it, right? Didn't really have that perspective. So yeah, it's cool. Thank you for putting that in perspective for me. I figure its ears are leaves, because it's nature-y. Perspective is wrong though. Should be like facing the other way. There we go. This has gotta, I'm drawing a little too nicely because this is really still should be a sketch. Still be drawing kind of loose. Cats don't really have like that much of a snoot, you know? They do have a little bit of, it's more point. Easy to make a cat look like a dog if you do too much of a snoot. Side view. It's looking more like a Boston Terrier or something. Do you make it look more? That's more cat-like already. There we go. Smaller head is the answer. I'll be an old man walking by a group of youngsters playing AE and I'll go, back in my day, the bridge could channel the power of the gods. That would be pretty cool. I'm glad you believe in me that people will be playing the game when you're an old man. It will send me to a mental institution. Good, good. Yep, this. I guess it's kind of looking to the side, huh? How can we make this more? I guess it's like main. What are we doing on time anyway? Its mane can be made out of leaves as well. Kind of looks poofy that way. Is it called a mane on a cat? Like, is that just a lion? A Maine Coon. Yo, Adonimus, what's up? I'm pulling an Adonimus and doing a bit of sketching before I end stream. Yeah, it's a nature cat. I figured doing creature design would be fun. Tuna suggested a cat. Sean suggested nature. Oops, sorry, I missed Sean. Almost 120 followers. Yeah, we're pretty close to that. Pretty dang close. Could be a Pokemon. Yeah, right. I mean, technically, like, Leafeon is a thing, right? Which is kind of like a... Are Eevees cats? I think they're supposed to be cats, right? Am I copying Leafeon without meaning to? What's the other one? The new one. I don't know if I want to actually... look at them because then no, Leafeon's definitely not like that. What's the other one? Maybe he's like a cat fox mix. What's the new one? Like the cat new cat Pokemon. I don't even know if it's the newest. Oh, Sprigatino. Yeah, hardly much leaf features. It's mostly just green. Very cute though. Sprigatino is what I was thinking. From like I think the newest game, right? I don't even know what the newest game is anymore. Umbreon looks like Luna. Can't remember what Umbreon. Umbreon's the yeah, kind of does, yeah. Indeed. Void Kitten. It looks completely like a cat, yeah. True. Luna. Sprigatino. What a name. I get the hips. How do I kind of make this look like cat shaped, but kind of blobbish, because cats are kind of blobbish. They're kind of, cats are a liquid. You know what I mean? Why did I start with such a big space? I don't know. We actually have to draw the anatomy. This is the way. This is the way. I guess their hip kind of actually just sits all the way down. And then in theory, cat skeleton, leg go up, leg go down, almost exactly where it was, and then foot go out. So really you're just seeing like this. It's a little stiff, but you know, whatever. Pokemon refuses to innovate with their newer generation Pokemons. They're kind of forgettable, at least for me, IMO. I like their first generations, but it feels like they keep doing like it turns humanoid, and it's like I don't know how I feel about that. Like, why are you making all your animals turn humanoid? You're just, I don't know. This conjunction with the ears reminds me of Bat. I think Legends was good. I don't know if I don't know, I haven't played Pokemon since like Heart Gold, so. Any other ways to make this more nature-like? We could do like we want a tail for sure. Leafeon does like big tail, big leaf. It kind of makes it look more like a skunk or something then, with like the flat tail, the leaf. We could do like a vine, but I'm also like, oh, that's kind of cool. Oh god. We're hitting an ad. Are we hitting an ad? Oh, not yet. We still have 9 whole minutes. 9 heckin' minutes. Tree tail? That could work too. I was thinking like kind of like a thorn vine sort of deal. You know? Spikes on it. It could like be like, yeah, like a like that. I think I like this though. Oh, in the wrong spot. Yo, DDP, what up? How you doing? You're currently doing a random doodle of a nature cat. I think there's a better word for that. A leaf cat. I like the concept of animals being attached to trees and maybe the tail could be rooted into the ground. That is kind of cool. Like the cats grow, literally grow on trees. It could be like roots, right, instead. I don't know, do we like the spiky tail or should we change it to like roots? Did you change the emo unlock reward? Because it says 24 hours, but it's been past that and I still have this. Honestly, I can't touch that. So it's just does what it does. It's not even that's one that's built in. I can't change. I just came up with the CS shapeshifter concept. They attach to carnivorous trees and change shape to lure creatures into it. Interesting. Are they part of the shapeshifter or of the tree, or are they like is this like the tree's seed equivalent, or is this like or is this more like a I don't know. Is this more of a like a symbiotic relationship? That's what I'm trying to say. Who here plays D&D? I play D&D, although I haven't played it in like a year, so I don't know if that counts. But I think most people probably understand that because I was creating a TTRPG. What do we think? Do we like the like sort of thorny vine tail, or do you want to change that to like root / tree sort of thing? That is a cool concept. Anatomy is a little weird. I don't know if this arm would be like in front or behind. I don't know. This should be behind. Like a non-sentient land shapeshifter sirens attached to trees with roots. If you cut the root, the shapeshifter shrivels up. It's like, you know, organ, I guess. Oh yeah. Didn't they do that in Delicious in Dungeon? Isn't that a thing? Or whatever it's called. What's the name of it? The dungeon food anime. I think that may have been a creature, if I'm remembering correctly. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that sounds familiar. That's why it's, or something similar. That's why it sounds so familiar. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was in there. Cool idea though, right? Like I should use that for my D&D campaign. There's trees that grow sheep and fruit and dungeon meshes, so maybe that's it. No, there was also ones that were like sirens. Like they were like the creatures were like the fruits, right? And they like looked like the dryad one. Was it, were they the dryads? Yeah, the dryads. They looked like naked ladies kind of deal, or guys. I guess they're both. They're the shapeshifters and sirens that made you hallucinate. Yeah, it was the dryads, the dryad ones. Which is a kind of cool interpretation of a dryad, because normally a dryad is like a spirit that's like bound to a tree, but like it being like a creature that looks like a, you know, whatever. I think that's cool. Kind of rad. Fruits and vegetables' faces were hilarious. Yeah. I feel like this back leg should be bigger, but I honestly don't know. Now it still looks wrong, so shrug. 14 seconds till an ad. We're gonna do that. Maybe we'll give this line art. I don't know. This might just be a sketch. And then we'll probably find somewhere to raid. I guess I just completely stole the concept. It happens. You can come up with a concept independently, or maybe it's subconsciously, you know, I don't know. Anyway, be back in we're 3 minutes.
Randomness. I've been making a collaboration is a core aspect of what makes armies against enemies. Units gained by this are immediately placed onto the trading post. Essentially, say a player had a swamp that gains a unit upon a monster's death. The trading post on your ally side of the board would also gain a unit. Of course, while this was kind of a fix for the previous version of the card, it ended up being more of a complication. Instead of solving any problems, actually led to more issues. A lot of these stemmed from poor wording on the card, which left certain interactions open to interpretation and causing different edge cases to pop up. For instance, what if the player with the bridge had a trading post on their side of the board rather than their ally? There was nothing stating that the bridge had to be on the ally side of the board, so if you had one, would you end up gaining double units? Or take the fortress card. If the card had the right number of units on it, it allowed your heroes to gain units when they attacked. Which begs the question, would the trading post also gain those units, even though this card was meant for only heroes to gain them? And probably a more game-breaking example, the Elvish Archer. With a proper number of units, it could attack 2 monsters for the cost of 1. This effect was meant strictly for the Archer. So did a bridge do nothing? Or worse, did it break the game and allow all heroes to attack 2 monsters as well? Now you might be thinking, why not just reword bridge and fix the problems? Well, by this point, we were running out of room on the cards and didn't really want to keep just adding exceptions to make it function properly. So instead, we decided to change the game entirely, which sounds drastic for just 1 card out of 40. However, the real reason for this was that it highlighted a greater issue with the game as a whole. The problem was that activated effects needed to be categorized more clearly. At the time, there were 2 main types of activated effects. One type required a certain number of units on the card to trigger an effect, while the other type was triggered by a specific event happening in the game. So the solution was to split these effects into 2 different types: unit effects and triggered effects. From there, we meticulously went through every single card and reworked them to fit these new effects. While this change was a good idea, it actually didn't fix any of our problems and ended up creating new ones. Let me explain. The new version of the bridge base effect was written like this. If the structure you control has an activated unit effect, those effects also apply to your allies. Now, take note, it specifically says structure. This was our easy way to avoid the issue we are facing with cards like Elvish Archer and Cleric. I'll explain in a minute. And the unit effect stated, if an ally's triggered effect occurs, you also gain that effect. Any units gained are placed on the bridge. This was an attempt to maintain the unit synergy and identity with less wording. While it did remove the synergy it had with Trading Post, this was a worthwhile trade-off for the new simplicity. It also shifted the benefit more toward the player with the bridge rather than their ally, which in hindsight I didn't really like because it went against the original supportive nature of the card. But despite that, it ended up being one of the most powerful and broken effects in the entire game. This is because during this update, many of the God cards, the cards that define the player's playstyle, along with providing hugely beneficial effects, were shifted to triggered effects as well. This meant simply having a bridge on the board meant the bridge had the power of a god itself. If that statement didn't make it clear already, it was clearly overpowered. The bridge's effect was quickly given an exclusion to the god's effects, which balanced it somewhat, but I still wasn't satisfied. Having a card that could both generate a massive number of units and also provide a substantial buff for your allies felt like too much power concentrated on a single card. Truthfully, I wanted the base effect to be tied to a unit effect. This meant that placing the card wouldn't be enough to access its power. It would need some investment to get going. So I ended up removing the triggered effect from the bridge. Bearing Luna. My art reference. Sorry, I missed Sean saying he had to go. Goodbye, Sean. And then also Toots, I'm assuming, has to go. That makes sense. All right, Toots. Appreciate you being here. That more was to Luna, not to you, but it could be if you really wanted to. What do we think? Do we want to do line art on this, or do we just call it a day? We got people dropping like flies. I don't know if we should keep going or if we should be done.
Oh, you went out? Okay. Come on. Tuna said something too there. Unique interpretations of ancient lore and mythology are so fun. Yeah, I agree. That's kind of why I like character design and creature design and stuff like that. It's like you can do cool interpretations of stuff, but yeah, I don't know. All day, it's been over 4 hours. Yeah, you're probably right. We can drop this, call it a day. Rest up. Yeah, for sure. Probably need it after although I honestly think y'all kind of helped me figure out what I'm doing. I think I'm still like slightly you know, unsure of what I'm doing, but I think I just need to keep pushing at this point. Only way out is through. I'm just finalizing this by a smidge. Who knows if we'll come back to this. We'll just give it a tiny smidge of love. All in a day. There we go. Done. That's all I'm doing. I say as I do just a smidge more. But yeah, cool. I think on Friday we're gonna do some play testing. We'll do one more play test. Looks like a poster a veterinarian would have in an office like Fantasy World. There you go. Yeah, I can see it. Fantasy vet. That has to be like a show, right? Somewhere. I'm almost positive it is. I don't know. Anyway, like that seems like it has to be an anime, right? Like a veterinarian for fantasy creatures. Okay. What did you decide to do? I think think you have what it takes to succeed. Take this from someone who's seen hundreds, if not thousands, of different YouTubers of genres, content, and have decided to support you specifically. Well, thank you. I really do appreciate that. That it does mean a lot, for sure. I don't sound like I mean that. I'm just bad at accepting compliments. I do mean that. It does mean a lot. Like, yeah, it means a lot to me. I'm like, no, I just bad at accepting a compliment or a whatever. I get all shy. I don't know what to say, you know. But thank you, Tuna. I support you as well in whatever endeavor you may undertake. Anyway, let's find someone to raid. I'm like, what am I doing? Only getting complimented personally, so don't blame you. It's not that I don't like it, I just don't know how to handle it. If that makes sense. I just get like, I don't know. Yeah, I just don't know how to like receive it or what to say. I think it's because like I'm usually pretty bad at like expressing how I feel immediately. It takes me time to like figure out how I feel. And so like immediately expressing something feels disingenuous. So I kind of need to like think through how I feel before saying something. I get you, I'm not super egotistical, so complimenting myself enough already. Yeah, there you go. There you go. I was about to say, is there anyone you want to see, Tuna? But you're not on Twitch, so never mind. We will find someone to raid. I'm trying to decide if I want to like raid someone I already know or someone new. I probably should raid someone I already know just because when I think about it too much after streaming for too long, I end up taking way too much time, but we'll give one shot. We'll take a look and see if there's anyone making any other TCGs. And it seems like there's a lot of people playing TCGs, but not a lot of people making them. Especially not in English. But yeah. I'll probably just... I guess I'm just raid... Yeah, let's just raid Chirpy. Raided him once before, or maybe twice now, but raid him again. All right, y'all. I will see you Friday. We'll probably do a play test and then maybe just some more art sort of stuff because I don't know. Well, actually, I guess we could we might, after the playtest, we might be able to actually work on the game itself. So we'll see. Anyway, I appreciate y'all being here. Thank you so much. It means a lot to me that you are here and that you support and all of that. So thank you. Truly mean it. I will see you all Friday. It might be earlier, depending on my plans. Friday is just always like kind of a toss-up because, you know, life things. But yeah, maybe we'll be a little bit earlier rather than a later stream. So anyway, thank you all so much. Catch you later. Bye.
Beats Creations with the raid. What is up, man? How are you doing?